competition runs to get through, so lots of good action on the hill here at Harewood, and also hello to all those watching on HillClimb.TV via YouTube. You are more than welcome to join us on this beautiful warm sunny day here in Yorkshire. It's a glorious place to be, and we thank everyone who's made it here trackside. We hope you enjoy your time here, and we hope people watching online will also enjoy the footage that HillClimb.TV is providing. We've got our first runners coming up the hill. Lisa Betts in that mini John Cooper Works machine is the first to attempt a competition run, so Lisa on her way up through the final bend there towards the finish line, as we also have India Booth in that Mitsubishi Evo. This is India's first year of competition, so she's getting to grips with that car and the course here, so great to see people coming into the sport, and India jumping in with both feet, going straight into a big old Mitsubishi Evo rather than starting with something a bit easier. My name's Alex Burnham. I'm part of the commentary team today. Alongside me is the sultry voice of Chris Ponsford. He'll be bringing you some wonderful information very shortly, having just organised cups of tea for us. So all very, very welcome. So we've had Lisa Betts 74.83 and India Booth with a 74.64, so very close times from those very different machines. Joshua Saxton is on the hill with his Westfield, just coming up, crossing the line there with a 70.91, so those Westfields a little bit quicker than the slightly heavier road-going machines. Stephen Ripley was also on the hill in a smart roadster. You don't see many of those on HillClimb in competition, but potentially quite a quick little machine, mid-engined, lightweight, very small, so very good at changes in direction. So Stephen Ripley there heading up towards the finish line. He does a 75.74. Ian Blenkinsop's coming through also. He's in Volkswagen Up GTI. We've got quite a few of these Volkswagen Ups with us today, and some of them are very quick machines. In Blenkinsop doing 64 miles an hour through the speed trap, as Robin Johnson's Ford Fiesta Z-Tech is the next to come through Farmhouse and up into towards the main Spectator area. Black and red machine there. And you get a great view here at Harewood. From the top of the hill you can look down and see most of the course, so we're able to watch from the start line all the way around the bottom section up through the Farmhouse and then into the final climb up the hill. Ian Blenkinsop 75.48. These are mostly road going cars, production cars under 1400 cc's. So relatively small engined, lightweight machines. Hazel Petit in another Volkswagen Up, heading up towards the finishing line. Slightly unusual or unique finishing line here, which is pretty much on a corner. The final bend is also the finish line, so it's a tricky old end to the course, as we get the first of many classic minis that we've got with us today. John Donaldson going through there and driving that mini quite spiritedly. We also have Anthony Patrick in a classic mini as well. Anthony Patrick there coming out of Farmhouse and up towards Quarry through the speed trap, 59 miles an hour, which was the same as 67, sorry, for Anthony Patrick. John Donaldson did 59, so Anthony Patrick a bit quicker in his Mini, as we see the next Volkswagen Up of Tim Hausman coming through. So just going past our commentary box there was Doug Mitchell in that Volkswagen Up with the silver, black and yellow paint scheme. That's a car to keep an eye on. It's going to be putting some good times up with Adam Ryan behind the wheel. It's a shared vehicle, so definitely keep an eye on that. Jeff Denton in this MGTF. Surprisingly, you don't see many of these on the hills. People plucking more for Mazda MX-5s or that sort of thing, I think. But the MG has potential as well of being a quick little machine. So Jeff Denton going through. He's finished his run with a 76.06. Richard Bradley in this Renault Clio. 65 miles an hour through the speed trap for him. As he comes towards the end of his run, we have another Renault Clio, this red machine of Matthew Cossins. So these are road-going production cars between 1.4 and 2 litres, a slightly bigger engine, and these little Clios, they have quite a bit of power in quite a small chassis, so make quite good little hill climbers. James Marfleet in a Mazda MX-5, again a car which is a staple of hill climbing road-going production categories all over the country. They're instantly quick and relatively easy to maintain and run. James Marfleet there going through up towards the finish line. As we keep an eye on the hill, the Honda Civic of Martin Watts coming through out of Farmhouse. 73 miles an hour there for Martin through in that Honda Civic. He heads towards the line. 67.77 his time. Jake Dinsdale with another Renault Clio now coming into view. Similar times for all these hot hatches and similar speeds around the 70 mile an hour mark as they come up what's probably the quickest point of the course. The lower section is quite technical, so it's only that final blast out of Farmhouse up towards the final turns at Quarry that you really get that final sort of burst of speed. David Sykes' Honda Civic just going through there. 73.65 for him. Currently puts him 4th in class 1B. People who are following on in their program. As we also have the slightly older body shape Renault Clio of Andy Smith. Silver machine down on the course. Just coming up now through the Farmhouse section. Cocking his wheel through Farmhouse turn and powering his way up towards the speed trap. That'll end off his run. There's only those final few corners for Andy Smith, and he goes through. 69.57 puts him 2nd in class. As we see Nick Jaggard's Citroen Saxo VTS, a favourite hot hatch back in my youth. Lots of people wanted the VTS. It was one of the quick hot hatches available at the time. Jaggard there. Late break into the final bend and across the finish line. 72.69 for him. Ian Downey in that slightly newer Renault Clio 197. So the 197 denotes its horsepower. So almost 200 horsepower in that tiny little machine means that it's quite nippy. Hence it being so popular for hill climbing. Ian Downey going there through 71.93 for him, so 3rd in class currently. David Milner's next in a Renault Clio RS200. A slightly newer machine. Again, retaining that small and lightweight body shell with a decent amount of power, front wheel drive. He crosses the line 71.44. He knocks Ian Downey down 1. David Milner's in 3rd place as James Izzard comes through in his Mazda MX-5. He's opted to go with hood down, enjoying the sunshine we've got here in Yorkshire. It is a glorious day here. Perfect sort of temperature, nice cool breeze, stopping anything getting too uncomfortable. Just about right. James Izzard did a good run there, and he did a 68.52, puts him 2nd in class. But Nigel Trundle in his Mazda MX-5, the white machine that's just about to go around the final turn, heads over the line, and he's gone fastest in all sectors, 66.65 to take the class lead. As Matthew Mellor's Toyota MR2 seems to be quite slow out there. I wonder if he's got an issue. Seems to be cruising. I think it must be a problem with the car rather than him just learning the course. He's had a few practice runs this morning, so he shouldn't still be learning that much. So I suspect a problem for Matthew Mellor this morning. Seems to have picked up in that last little burst there, so maybe whatever the problem was isn't as bad as he first feared. Oh, looks like he's had a bit of a bash on that rear tail. I wonder if he had an off somewhere. So Matthew Mellor finishing off his run, but it's not representative of his speed. And Shane Jowett, I think, has been waved off for this run due to that problem, for he's going very slowly as well. Shane Jowett's Honda Civic stopped down there at Orchard, creeping along, so no, not sure. Oh, I think they might be clearing just behind the trees from our vantage point, but I can see on HillClimb.TV the marshals are clearing debris from the track, so I think Matthew Mellor might have had a bit of a moment, left something on the course which has got in Shane Jowett's way. So that would be why he was going slower. I think Shane Jowett will get waved round to give him another go at his run. Matthew Mellor did finish his with a 96.72. However, that's, as I said, not really representative of his pace due to whatever issue he had. We'll just wait for the marshals to give the all clear before we can get running once again. Now I can see from our commentary box at the top of the hill that there are some very brave spectators who have made their way all the way down to the lower section near the start line. Now it's probably quite a walk, and certainly quite a walk back up the hill, but if any spectators here fancy the challenge, I think you could get some great views by heading down the hill. There's some good spots to watch from, different vantage points that you can find, so please explore down the hill, and we'll see you'll see all sorts of different things from different angles. Although you do get a great view from up the top here. You can see from the start most of the course. It's only really the final few turns that you can't see. So a nice vantage point at the top of the hill here. Squeaky brakes there for car 734, I think, as it coasts down. As the cars start from the bottom of the hill, we sort of have this start road that they roll down and assemble themselves down at the bottom before coming back up. Again, you can get quite close to that start road and you can see the cars come through at a more leisurely pace if you wanted to get a picture or something. And then you can see them coming up at speed on the return leg. So quite a nice round route and lots of good viewing opportunities.
Afternoon, Alex.
Hello, Chris.
Well, that was a nice leisurely lunch.
Yes. Did you enjoy your huge burger?
Double steak burger.
Yeah.
Double steak burger, onions, cheese. It's quite a mouthful, you know.
Yeah. Well,
but I manfully did it.
Very good. Now you realise you've just confessed on live YouTube.
Oh, I hope she's not watching. I hope she's not watching.
Mrs. Ponsford now will know exactly what you had.
Actually, she doesn't watch me, Alex, and I'll tell you why. She says, I hear your voice all the time.
That's
I don't want to see you. I see you all the time. Actually, but I think when I go away, I think she sometimes misses me.
Well,
I know it's hard to believe, isn't it? It's hard to believe. Yeah, but listen, Alex, welcome to Harewood, mate. This is your first gig here, which is fantastic. You obviously, we work together on the Midland Hills, don't we?
That's right. So we meet up at various places, but this is my first visit here to the wonderful Harewood. I'm enjoying it greatly as we get running again with Tony Pickering's Renault Clio.
Now, I'm going to tell you something about this. Now, last year, Tony was driving little Fiesta, one of them 1 litre Fiestas.
That's right, yeah.
And he said he wasn't as quick in that as he was in his Clio. So what's he driving this year? A Clio.
Well, there you go.
There you see, that's your answer, isn't it? So Tony Pickering, in fact, he's already in purple sectors, which means he's going nice and quickly. What class are we in now, Alex? We're in the... are we in the production still, or are we moved up?
Hang on. We'll have to work our way through some of this. Class 1B we're in. So,
yeah,
these are road-going production cars between 1,400 and 2 litres. So, yeah, good time there. Tony Pickering, a bit of smoke as he does the final bend, but goes quickest with a 66.27. So Tony currently leading Class 1B as we see David Marshall's Peugeot 205 GTI.
Now, he's very quick, his young David Marshall. He regularly wins the class in this little Peugeot. He comes from Nottingham. It sounds great too, that little 1900cc plug engine, the 16-valve engine, very quick little thing, great handle like a go-kart, don't they? And that's a really well sorted example. Now we're going to have a couple of VW Up GTIs and a VW Up TSI to follow. The first one we'll pick up on will be Tom Blenkinsop. David Marshall had a time of 66.31, good time.
Second in class for him.
Excellent. Tom Blenkinsop comes into our site, coming around Farmhouse. These are becoming quite popular, these VW Ups. And of course, Adam Riley, class record holder, will be up shortly, won't he?
That's right. So these are actually Class 1A. We had a few shared vehicles, which is why we've jumped back and forwards. But Tom Blenkinsop crosses the line, 73.67, fourth in class currently, as Chris Petit is in his Volkswagen Up, just coming through Farmhouse now, up towards Farmhouse Corner.
Yes, so closely contested to see. David Marshall did that 66.31, but in fact Tony Pickering did a 66.27 in that Clio. So no wonder he's changed from the Ford. He's substantially quicker in that, hasn't he?
He's certainly made a good improvement there. As we see Chris Petit on the final bend, he's just going around Quarry there, and he does an 80.72 as we switch to one of those classic minis. Chris Donaldson behind the wheel, coming up towards Farmhouse now. Rounds there nicely, and we'll hear that distinctive mini whine as he powers his way up the final bit of straight.
Now this is one of the modern old minis, isn't it? And so this particular example, these were the later ones with the fuel injection, weren't they, from memory?
Yes, I believe that's one of the sort of 1990s vintage, so yeah, slightly more modern, but still that classic mini shape and basic design.
Now here's Laura Houseman in the VW Up. She's here. This is a double-driven car. I think Laura, from memory, she works in the medical service, from what I remember. Might be a paramedic or something similar to that. And young Sam Billington will follow. So Laura heads off up to the finish. She's finishing in a time of 72.61. So we are currently in. We got Adam Riley on the hill, Sam Billington just coming into our view now. Sam, a young driver, very quick young driver in this little 205. This is the smaller engine 205. And then we'll be looking out for Adam Riley, class record holder. You can't miss it. See, that's a VW Up down there in the distance down there. Well, that's got a new colour scheme this year, which is rather fetching, isn't it?
That yellow really helps it stand out here, because from a distance, that sort of grey silver would disappear a bit, but that yellow flash on the side, you can really spot it, and already he's quickest, so he's going quickest of all in this class.
Can he break his class record?
I think he's on to break a class record. We'll see as he goes. Just goes through the speed trap there with a 73-mile-an-hour run. He's into the final corner, a little puff of smoke from the rear tyre, and across the line with a 64.93. 64.93. That's a good run. The class record, 64.91. So pretty close.
Yeah, he said he was 6/10 out this morning, so he's going quicker and quicker. So the times are good, the track's looking great, the sunshine's helping, a nice dry track and nice and warm. We've got Shane Jowett just gone by in the Honda Civic Type R. Again, they're popular for hill climbing now, aren't they?
Yeah, they're great to see that slightly older body shape. It means we're backing 1B for the slightly bigger engine hot hatches after those Volkswagen ups. And we've also then got Matthew Chesterman coming through in that Renault Clio 197.
The Clio 197, this is the later body one, but it's still got a slightly bigger engine than the 172s and the 182s, but much bigger body. So it sort of counteracted the extra poke of the engine by extra weight of the car, isn't it?
That's right, yeah, it's always a balancing act. And I think we must be shifting on categories any second, because we have Caroline Ryder in the Lotus Elise coming through. So that means we must be into road-going sports cars, I would have thought.
Why is that? Shane Jowett showed a time of 65 something then, and he would have been comfortably the quickest in that class, wouldn't he?
65.77. Yeah, possibly.
It was in grey though, wasn't it? It was, well, I told you, they come thick and fast here at Harewood at the moment. Caroline Ryder, yes, she's just gone up there in the, what was it, the Lotus Elise?
That's right, yeah.
72.97. That's shared with Kevin Dodd, which is... yeah.
So yes, we've just had Caroline Ryder 72.97 and A.B. Jenkins Renault Clio with the 71.17. So we're jumping through the classes a little bit as we run through shared drives and everything.
So when we get a look at Kevin Dodd, that's Kirsten Dodd's father.
Yes.
And Kirsten, of course, is married to Matthew Ryder, hence the sort of the family connection side of things here.
That's right,
Caroline Ryder is obviously Matthew's mum. And very competent driver they both are too, aren't they?
That's right, yeah, it's a very quick family, that, an extended family.
Yes, you wouldn't want to have a road race with Caroline, would you? You'd probably lose.
Yeah, I think...
she's an instructor as well, isn't she?
Yeah, much quicker driver than I am by far.
Without a doubt, and me. But it's great to be back at Harewood. This is the best conditions I've seen here since I've been coming up here. It's a beautiful sunny day. It's not cold today. Everything's looking great. The crops are looking fantastic in the fields ahead of us. We were debating what various crops. We know it's definitely oilseed rape, and we need Stephen Moore to tell us what other crops we are. He's our farming friend who's racing that lovely Evo, of course, isn't he?
Yes, and of course, if people are on HillClimb.TV via YouTube, you can put in the comments if you are a farming expert, and you can spot what the different crops are, because we'll pick up your comment and that'll tell us what we're looking at.
Yes, absolutely, because we're not experts in such field, are we?
No, exactly so.
Are we experts in any field, Alex?
Nothing at all. So, Tim
Well, there's
Sykes.
Stephen Moore going down to the start. He's in that black and white Evo there, so unfortunately he won't be able to tell us for a bit unless he has a good look when he's going round.
Yeah, he can tell us when he returns.
Yeah, I think so.
That's it.
We want your knowledge.
Tim Sykes just coming up to the line in his Honda Civic. He goes 13th in class, and Fiona Smith will be the last of the category 1B drivers through in her Renault Clio 172.
And of course that's Andy Smith's wife, and they're driving the joint Clio, and Andy Smith built the Firestorm and the Firehawk cars.
That's right, so they're another quick family, I guess. Andy's 6th in class currently.
Yep. So yes, wife's driving the car now. It's a beautifully turned out little Clio too, that little silver Clio. They are such little pocket rockets. They're so much fun to drive, to be fair. We're also going to get a quick look at Graham Cox in hot pursuit in the Mini Cooper S. Now this is the mod. This is the country mod.
That's right. This is the estate version, which is brilliant. We've got 2 mini estates here today, an old and a new. So yeah, I was quite pleased to see both of those on the hill.
Yeah, great to see the Matthewson one, isn't it?
That's right.
Yeah, that's right.
That'll be coming up in a little while. You can't miss it. It's quite a distinctive paint scheme on that.
Now, Alex, have a look at this. You see, you've not seen this before, but look at this road down to the start. How many cars we've got waiting to get down? There's an awful lot, isn't there?
It's a very fast traffic jam.
It's a very fast traffic jam. They get a good look at the hill on the way down, but it means that everybody can move really fast because they can get straight to the start and drive straight into the paddock after the finish line, can't they?
That's exactly it. So it's a nice way around. Rather than waiting at the top, they wait at the bottom to start and come straight back up, and they can get on with whatever they want to do to the car before their next run.
Now, John was telling us earlier, this hill was actually designed, the track was actually designed by somebody. Was it Ongaro? I think, was that the name he mentioned?
Oh, I can't remember the name, but yes, he was.
I think it was Ongaro.
One of the architects who used to work on Formula One circuits and that sort of thing.
That's what I said about the finish. Well, I said to you, I can't think of anywhere else where we finished on a fast right hand.
That's right, yeah. But yes, the lower section, so the bit at the very bottom of the hill, that was an extension that they built, and this was designed to really test car and driver. So it's nice that they were able to build that extension onto the original course.
If you're watching on HillClimb.TV, we're just getting a look there. That is Richard Weaver in the Empire, has got the camera on board, so you can see him waiting in the traffic jam down there. So he's down towards the start, heading down that way. So we will be getting live stream pictures straight out of the car, Alex. And that's brilliant, isn't it?
It's brilliant. It's still in early days of development, so they're still having a few little teething problems. So I think bear with them, and the HillClimb.TV crew are doing amazing work getting this onboard camera sorted, but it is still testing, so don't panic if it does cut out or something. It's still to be developed. Richard
built this specially, didn't he? He actually built it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's clever. He didn't just buy one, did he? He didn't just buy a GoPro or something. He built his own camera.
That's it. So and he's worked out how to do the broadcasting and receiving of that signal and everything. Again, much cleverer than us.
Oh, he's a very, very clever. It's like a walking brain, you know, Richard. Don't you think? You can imagine Richard being like a chair, and it's just like this huge brain sat in the chair,
controlling the live stream.
These things sort of coming off it, you know, like nerves and blood and whatever. But yeah, Richard's such a clever bloke. HillClimb.TV, folks, like and subscribe. Fantastic that today is the practice day. Well, there are time runs this afternoon, but tomorrow the British Hill Climb Championship runners will be live runs, there will be timed runs, and then they will have a run-off before lunchtime, and they'll repeat that exercise in the afternoon. If you've not seen a run-off before, that's when it really counts. The fastest 12 cars registered for the Hill Climb Championship, 12 cars will go off, and then the fastest car of all will get 10 points, and only the top 10 get points.
That's right, so all the points come from those run-offs, so that's where it really matters. All the other ones are qualifying runs to get you into that top 12. So yeah, definitely tune in tomorrow, or if you're close enough to come by, come and join us here at Harewood. It's a great venue to come to, and there is all the facilities you'd want: ice cream, coffee, burgers.
Best burgers in the world.
So there we are. If you are anywhere
Great
within
coffee.
a couple of hours drive of Harewood, it's
and
definitely
where is
worth
Harewood,
it.
Alex?
It's in Yorkshire.
Yes, but more specifically?
Well, I don't know.
Just north of Leeds, folks.
There we go.
Just north of Leeds is Harewood House, but we're just down the road from there. And if you were coming up the M1, if you take a left just before Wetherby and head towards Collingham, you'll be very, very close. And no doubt you'll have sat-navs on your phone, won't you?
Exactly so, yeah. That's why I don't really know where I am, because I just followed the sat-nav.
To be fair, you're exactly right. But you've not been here before. But
no, exactly.
You made it on time. Fantastic.
Yes.
We've got cars on the hill, Alex.
We do. So this is category 1C, road-going cars over 2 litres. Mick Wilkes is currently quickest with a 68.06. Graham Cox and Lisa Betts also on the board, as we see Martin Hill's Mini John Cooper Works edition heading up towards the finish line. Brightly coloured wheels on that machine make it hard to miss. He's got a good run, but I'm not sure he's going to trouble Mick Wilkes just on that run. 74 dead for Martin Hill.
Here's a quick one. This is Simon Howarth again. This little Mini. Oh, he's just ground to a halt. Well, there's a red flag. There's a red flag. Don't know what the red flag is for. Somebody had a problem up around the corner at Quarry. Did he finish?
Yeah,
but
not sure.
He's been red flagged, so that means he will get another run. And the other cars, Pasquale Abruzzese is down there in his BMW M3. He's down the bottom there at the moment, down by Country, heading up towards Willow. So he'll get a rerun. And that's what happens, folks. When there's a problem, red flags go out. They will get a rerun unless they've caused a red flag.
Yeah, well, I noticed earlier that there's a little cut through. So if you get red flagged whilst on the bottom half of the course, you sort of just get pushed back round to the start line again, which is really good. It means that they can get straight back onto it.
That's absolutely true. There is a little cut through, and that's quite right. Harewood's brilliant because although it's our longest hill we go to, we've got this whole start road where you can trundle down to the start, wait your turn. The only problem we ever get with that system, Alex, is when it's wet. When it's a single-seater and there's been an off, I've seen them sit down there getting absolutely soaked.
Fills up like a bathtub.
Yeah, and seeing them come back to the paddock absolutely soaking. But you're not going to get that problem today, folks. It's all looking very, very good. So, as I say, we've got the Harewood Championship running today. These are competitive runs for the Harewood Championship runners and for the big bangers, but the Harewood Championship been won for the last 2 years by young Adam Riley in that VW Up.
Well, he won it last year in the VW Up. Before
he won it before that.
He was in Honda S2000, wasn't he?
Yes, yeah.
So, he's changed car each year. This is the first time he was saying he's done it in the same vehicle year after year.
Well,
so,
I think a lot of them are thinking, about time you had to go in a single-seater, mister, so we can have a chance.
About time because he's
certainly
quick, isn't he? Yeah.
Yes, he comes from the Lake District, actually, and he's co-driving, he's driving the car with his father-in-law. And so father-in-law they're a clever pair, actually, because they were telling me last year that they had an engine malady and they had to whip the engine out, and they went to the local scrapyard. Somehow they managed to find an engine for that for 600 quid.
Good for them.
Yeah, and fit it. And apparently it's a right complicated little thing to fit because the wiring and all the rest of it is really quite difficult. Now, is this Porsche? Yes, this Porsche, we saw this earlier, didn't we? This is his first visit to Harewood. He normally races on the circuits. This is David Taylor, and he's driving a Porsche Cayenne R. Now, when we saw it earlier, we thought, pretty serious Porsche this, didn't we?
I think you're confusing with the Porsche Cup car.
You're right.
This is the road-going Cayman R.
Thank goodness you're with me today.
Yeah, exactly. So you've got the wrong glasses on, probably.
This is this one.
Yes.
He's given us a commentator.
Yes, so this is David Taylor, who has given us some information, and he managed this morning a personal best. So he's obviously found some speed in that Cayman, so that's good. It's mostly a road-going vehicle. So it's still pretty much as standard. I did notice, however, it's a manual gear change rather than paddle automatic type one. So David Taylor working at it as he heads up towards the finish line. He'll cross with a 64.10, so he goes quickest in category 1C with that, so good run.
On his notes, he wrote Chippy Iola last season. What's that mean?
He sold fish and chips. I don't know.
No, that's absolutely screaming up the hill, isn't it? That's Josh Carr there in the VW Polo GTI. That's a rapid little thing, isn't it?
That is quick, and it certainly sounded quick, didn't it?
Look, he's got second in class.
So that's a good effort. Only 0.55 slower than that Porsche. So
but David Taylor's leading that class.
Yeah, you wouldn't have said that Polo would be as quick as a Porsche, would you? But there we have the proof. As we see Tony Booth in the Mitsubishi Evo on circuit.
Now, this is the Evo. This is the Evo 5, wasn't it?
Yeah, so this is
driving with his daughter.
That's right. Tony and India Booth sharing this car. Tony, I think, a bit more experienced in India, so we'll see what sort of time difference between the two of them. Coming up through Farmhouse there, powering towards the speed trap. Nice little pop and bang from the exhaust.
82 through the speed trap. The Evo 5, the Evo 6. Stephen Moore's got the Evo 6s, hasn't he? He's brought two of them up this weekend, and will be followed. That's that Subaru, isn't it?
Yeah, interestingly, Tony slower than India by about 4 seconds. So there you go.
She's got his number, hasn't she?
She's obviously got a bit of talent.
She's got a lot of talent, I'd say, because this is her first season driving that car.
Exactly so.
And he's had it for years.
So well done to India for a very good first run. We'll see, maybe Tony will have more to say about that as the day goes on. We'll keep an eye on that.
Now, to consider about this one, this is that Subaru we were looking at earlier. 450 brake horsepower, old school Subaru, isn't it?
That's right, and James was saying it's a bit of a handful. So,
well, he was worried about the gearing, because the gearing with all that horsepower, the engine's capable of lots, but he said the gearboxes can be a little bit problematical. When they left the factory, they had 220 brakes, so they doubled that. It's more than double the brake horsepower, and you can see that's got an awful lot of grunt. 95 through the speed trap. It's a saloon's quick.
Very quick run this. I think James is going to pit both the booths. Yes, he does. 61.71. A very, very quick run there.
Yeah, rapid bit of kit. Last year he was driving a 1350 205 last year, Peugeot 205.
A bit of a step up.
So this one's definitely up. He's been building this car for a while, but lovely to see. It's nice to see when it all works too, isn't it?
Exactly, yeah. So we now move on to category 2A for road-going specialist production cars. This is most like kit cars and that sort of thing, but with car engines rather than bike engines. Philip Saxton first through in his Westfield.
Yeah, Westfields are great little things. Most of the Westfields are fiberglass bodies, and the Caterhams were alloy bodies, and they were quite a lot more expensive. But Westfields were made in the West Midlands at one time, but I think they went out of business. But I think somebody's taken them back over, haven't they?
Yeah, I think they're still made. So yes, they've possibly changed hands, possibly a few times.
Yeah, great to see actually, but they are super rapid. So this is the example of John Bransfield coming into our view now around Farmhouse. Again, runs a 2-litre engine in, normal conventional engine, and the one to follow it will be Henry Morehouse in the 1600 Whizzy Honda engine, which is an incredible piece of kit. You can hear it in the distance there. Henry Morehouse is the class record holder actually, so have a look for the yellow missile as he comes down between the farmhouses, coming into Farmhouse Bend now. What do you think of this one, Alex?
Yeah, it's very competitive class this, as John Bransfield has gone quickest with a 66.38, but Henry Morehouse is putting even quicker times in. We'll see as he goes over the line. He gets 84 miles an hour through the speed trap, very quick into the final turn at Quarry. He crosses the line with a 60.67.
Oh,
light years ahead.
Only 6 seconds ahead. I told you he was rapid. He's super rapid, is Henry. He's only local too, just down the road. So great to see. Now, what do we got now? This is the one we saw earlier. This car
Carcraft Cyclone, very unusual machine.
Rear-engined, isn't it? Rear-engined Vauxhall Red Top, I think. 2-litre. I thought when I first saw it, there was going to be a front engine, but no, it's rear.
Yeah, very unusual. They didn't make many of those, did Carcraft, so it's unusual to see it at all. 71.59 he goes in category 2B for road-going cars over 1700. He's followed by Richard Patterson's Raw Striker, another very fast machine. Looks like he'll beat that time. He coming up towards the line now with a 61.97.
Okay, so we're going to look now at Pasquale Abruzzese in the BMW M3. Again, a local man, I think he's from Keighley, but he's a regular hill climber here at Harewood. And I think I asked him what modifications over the winter, and he said an American anti-roll bar, didn't
That's right, yeah, and great to see that car. I do like those BMWs, and it's great to see it on the hill, looking very smart there. So he's got wave round earlier, if you remember, so that's why we're seeing a slightly out of position run for Pasquale. He crosses the line with a 66.95 as we get Morgan Hammer's OMS.
Now, this particular car is a 600cc Suzuki engine in the back. The Hamers brothers are here in the bigger car as well. This is their sons, isn't it?
Oh, that's right. This was the, I don't know, teenage son, I think. He wasn't that old, is he?
Yeah, there's 2 of them here today.
So Morgan does a 60.45, currently fastest in Class 5A, but he's the first runner. So we'll see how that goes.
This is Dad, Ben Hamer. This is in the little OMS. Again, they fitted a 1-litre BMW motorcycle engine in the back. Last year they had a Kawasaki engine turbocharged that was problematical. And I think they're making great progress now with this car.
52.38 does Ben go, so he's quicker than his son, but he's in a quicker car, so that would be expected. As we also get Scott Rayson in his Empire Evo coming through. Lovely looking car this. If you're here at Harewood, go and look at this car in the paddock, because I'm pretty sure this is the car which had like the tartan seat in it, which was very nice.
Right, well, of course, Scott, of course, is from the Channel Islands, and he's here with his wife, Emma, isn't he?
That's right. Long
So
old
they
way
have
for
a
them to come.
long trip, isn't it?
It is a long old trip. Not the quickest of runs for Scott, 65.04, but Tim Thompson is next through in his OMS 28.
Now, he's sharing this car with Jonathan Flesher. This car was in the runoffs last week at Craigantlett in the main British HillClimb Championship for Jonathan Flesher. Tim is a very experienced big single seater. We're away on live stream TV.
That's right. So if you're lucky enough to be on live stream, we're watching Onboard with Tom Morgan currently, and it's great. We're getting live pictures as he goes around the track, so it's quite interesting to see.
That's Richard Weaver.
Oh, Richard, sorry, yes, I'm getting excited trying to watch both out the window and on the screen.
Tom Morgan's just flying by in the little Empire, very rapid. So on live stream, we're watching Richard Weaver from Ludlow. He's sharing his car with his son Tom. It's really exciting to see it. Onboard camera out of the side. It's perfect coverage, isn't it?
It's very good. As we said, it's still in test, so there are places where it sometimes drops out and then kicks back in again, but it's great to see. And yeah, I was trying to watch both it going around and on the screen, which is very interesting. So if you are here trackside, yeah, load up HillClimb.TV on YouTube and you can see Onboard as the car goes in front, and Richard Weaver there does a 57.02.
Wow, great stuff, great stuff. Lovely to see that camera on board. Great footage. If you're watching, I know you're watching from all around the world on live stream HillClimb.TV, brought to you by Rich Danby and partner Eleanor. And what an amazing job he's doing. He's put these cameras all around the hill, hasn't he? And his graphics are absolutely mind-blowing. So if you're watching on the hill here, you can actually tune in onto YouTube TV and see what we're seeing on the screen, can't you, Alex?
Exactly that, and you get all the timing and everything, and it's very, very helpful way of following the action. And yeah, it's the same footage that we get, so it's the same commentary whether you're listening live or on stream.
Yeah, if you fancy having a go on the commentary, come and join us.
Yeah,
we're always looking for new commentators, aren't we?
We are certainly. We could do with a couple all over the country, different hill climb venues. So if you're interested, yeah, drop us a line, however you want to do that. As we're watching the Formula Ford cars. So these are Formula Ford 1600s made before 1994. And we get a good variety of machines, and it's always very, very tightly matched in this category. Some very good drivers and some quick little machines.
They're very even, actually. They're all running Ford 1600 engines. They're all running the same type of tyres. Some are later, some are earlier, but essentially they're the same, aren't they? The Spedding car is probably the latest made. Was it mid-90s, wasn't it? Something like that?
Yeah, just before the cut-off. Just before the 94 cut-off. So Rob Spedding's got the most recent machine, and then I think we go back to the early 80s. But they're all actually quite similar in their design philosophy. So times are very, very similar. However,
going very slowly down the bottom there. I think
Paul Harris going very slowly.
What's going on there? We don't know.
I can't see flags. Has he been waved, or is he?
No, I can't see flags. No.
Is he going slowly? There's some marshals nosing around down the bottom end.
Nobody's doing anything to stop him, so maybe he's just having a gentle trundle up the hill.
Not sure.
Perhaps he's on his way to Sainsbury's, who knows?
Well, while we've got a quiet moment, Chris.
A very quiet moment.
Have you heard of the Yorkshire Three Peaks Challenge before?
Is this something you've got to climb up hills?
You've got to climb up 3 of the biggest peaks in Yorkshire.
I don't like the sound of that.
Well, it's all right. You don't have to do it. But one of our young marshals here, Naomi, she is doing the Three Peaks Challenge, and you can sponsor her to do this because she's raising money so that she can go with Camps International to Kenya, where she'll help lay foundations to a building or build wells for the locals. So it's an outreach project to Kenya. And Naomi is trying to raise money to help fund her trip out there by doing the Three Peaks Challenge. So if you're here at Harewood, go to the hut, the paddock hut at the top of the hill, and you can sponsor her either with cold hard cash or via a QR code that goes to a website. And you can help fund her trip to Kenya, where she will be doing good work out there for a village.
That sounds magnificent. Good for her, because Three Peaks, that's not to be sniffed at, is it?
No. So, yeah, young Naomi is hoping to do that, and I think definitely deserves support. So if you've got a bit of spare money burning a hole in your pocket, head to the little green hut at the top of the start road.
Oh, right, okay,
and you can sign on to her sponsorship form there.
Okay, well, that's a great idea, and she's doing a fantastic job. Well done to her. I wouldn't fancy going up one peak, let alone 3 peaks.
No, and she is a marshal, so she's really helping people.
Fantastic, yeah.
Because we need marshals to help us here as well.
How do you become a marshal, Alex?
Well, mostly you go along and find somebody wearing orange, and you say, "I'd like to be a marshal, please," and they'll help you find out all the information. It's the easiest thing to do. You can go online. There's websites to
MSUK.
That's right. That'll point you in the direction of how to be a marshal. But talking to a marshal is probably your easiest route. So during the breaks or after running today, if you manage to get hold of a marshal, ask them how to best go about it, and they'll train you. They'll look after you. They'll feed you. I don't know what they do.
Well, I'll tell you what, Martin Bannister at Shelsley last week was telling me this exactly thing. Apparently, from 11 years old, you can be a cadet marshal. You need to have your parents with you.
Yeah.
Okay, because obviously they're young children at that age. But they will be obviously supervised. They won't be allowed trackside at 11. I think you've got to be at least 16 or 18 to go trackside.
But there's loads of jobs to do around the paddock.
Millions of jobs.
And in fact, sometimes that's more fun because you get to go and look at the cars and talk to the people.
You do. And of course, the paddock marshals, they all marshal the cars. You get them on places like Shells. You get finish line marshals, don't you?
That's right.
The paddock.
Yeah, the start line marshals as well. That might be a
and
younger.
I think the same here, isn't it?
Yeah.
So become a marshal, folks. It's the best way of getting close to the action, to be absolutely fair. So
and speaking of action,
yes.
Stephen Markham's Lotus Elise is on the hill.
Wow.
So we're back running again. This is one of the early Series 1 Lotuses. And he's got the hood up for extra aerodynamic efficiency.
Not because he's cold?
No, I wouldn't have thought so today.
But he would on a cold day?
On a wet day, he'd definitely.
You think it is more aerodynamic?
Well, probably a little bit. I don't know how much.
I think it probably would
makes.
be. You'd imagine that if the hood was down and the windows down, it'd be, all
exactly,
turbulence, wouldn't there?
And mess up your hair.
68.89 for Steve Markham. David Leach again. Here comes another little Lotus Elise. Really popular car on the hills now, aren't they? Perfect little package. Great sort of mid-engine car, would you say, Alex? It's mid-engine, isn't it?
These Lotus, yes, I think that counts as mid. Yeah, it's ahead of the front wheels.
So. Rover K-series engines.
Yes,
1800 cc's.
That's it. Yeah. So
nice.
It's, good little motor, and the Lotus chassis was very, very good. So 2 cars there in Class 2E, both Lotuses.
Yes, well, they are becoming popular, and they're also, we noticed that VX220, didn't we, earlier? That is the class record holder.
Yeah, so
that's a rapid
that'll be coming up soon. We've got Tim Elmer's Alpine A110 currently. It's a nice looking car, this.
Yes, the little Alpine, this is the modern derivative of the old Renault Alpine, and 1700cc turbocharged engine. Very quick, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
And doesn't it look the part, but they are rapid, aren't they, for what they are?
Yeah, they're great little machines. I think they're front engine. I don't know if they're rear drive, actually.
I think they're mid-engine.
Oh, maybe they are.
I think they may be mid-engine. Yeah, I think so.
Well, there we go. So
look, now talking of Tim Vincent, here he comes now in the VX220, the Vauxhall-powered thing, 2.2 class record holder as well. What's he going to do?
It's a good run so far. He's putting purple sectors up, which means it's going to be quick. Across the line, 64.17, so quickest in Class 2F. As we then switch to the Mini Cooper of Jonathan North.
Jonathan North, look at this Mini. It's his birthday today, folks. Happy birthday, Jonathan. What a fantastic competitor he is. Beautifully sorted little Mini, isn't it?
That's great, and he drove it really well through that long corner at Farmhouse there.
Now, he said he's going to have a lot of trouble with this Suzuki Swift that's coming on its way now. This is one of the Mark Teal, isn't it?
Yeah, Mark Teal's Suzuki Swift GTI, so another lightweight hot hatch sort of based machine, heavily modified though.
It's a Mark II version apparently, because we tend to see the Mark IIIs and Mark IVs probably, but this is the old style body, but it's lighter, it's smaller and lighter. That's what makes it so good. Where's the little twin cam in there?
Yeah, so Mark Teal goes through 6502. We see Kevin Grew's Mazda MX-5. Now this is the one we were looking at earlier, Chris, which is mostly fiberglass bodywork and huge, great power from the engine. It's quite a machine, this. It's been,
what sort of horsepower are we talking? 180?
it was about just under 200 horsepower
Yeah.
and just under half a ton, so it's about 200 per ton, that car. So quick machine, although Kevin doesn't seem to have gone that fast on this run, so maybe...
They had a bit of bedding in to do.
Yeah,
I suspect.
maybe. Yeah.
Now this I do like. This is James Partridge in the 106 GTI Peugeot. That's a little screamer, isn't it? And we thought that was really well sorted little car in the paddock, didn't we?
Yeah, very nice little machine, and it's good to see some of the older, very quick through that final turn, some of the older shapes up there as well. Speaking of older shapes, Derek Jones Escort Mark 1.
Well, do I love this? This is a Mark 1, big winged Escort, steel Escort, but with a Cosworth engine in it.
Yeah.
How nice is that?
It is clean enough to eat your dinner off. It's so nicely turned out, that machine. It is absolutely beautiful.
It took a few years to build it and to make it in mint. But talking about mint, this one you're going to love. This one is Adam Warren in this glorious Escort Mark 1. But look at that, less arches on this car. Look at all the decals, the RS2000 decals in bright orange. Beautiful wheels, Cosworth engine again, why not?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, brilliant machine that. So currently we're in Class 3B for modified road-going cars, and Adam Warren's Escort does a 78.5. That puts him slap bang in the middle, whilst we then switch to Peter Chalice. Now this is the Porsche 997 Cup car that you were talking about earlier, Chris.
Oh, I
this
loved
is
it.
the circuit racing machine, and it's a proper endurance racer.
Isn't that gorgeous, actually? Apparently this is his first visit here. He was a little bit nervous, according to somebody, because it's not a normal game. This is a car for long-legged circuits, I guess.
That's right, and they were saying because it's used to running in endurance, it's got very thick gearbox oil, so he's worried that he was not going to get the car up to temperature on such a short run. 67.27 he's done, which isn't bad.
Yes, well, actually, we had a whole discussion about oils earlier up in the paddock there. I didn't realise there were so many types of oil. Look at that Aston Martin at Peterhouse, isn't that lovely?
Yeah.
Built by pro drivers, a rally car, and Colin McRae drove that car.
That's right, so it's just, and David Coulthard and all sorts have been in this machine. So a really good machine that. Peterhouse does a 68 dead in that, so very similar time to that Porsche, very close times.
Now here's our chum, this is Stephen Moore, our farmer from near Salisbury. He'd be able to identify all those crops out there, but this is one of his 3 Evos. This is his middle one. This is over 600 horsepower, permanent 4-wheel drive, ex-Midland champion as well. Look at this car go.
Yeah. Oh, that was quick through there. He broke that speed barrier, 91 miles an hour. So a very fast run here for Stephen Moore. He goes over the line, 61.37, quickest in category 3C so far.
But somebody's going to change that. Stephen Darley. Look at Stephen Darley has built this magnificent Subaru. This is an absolute beast of a car, over 700 horsepower. 4-wheel drive, beautifully constructed, and he's going for it. He's going for it. Oh, hang on, he's slowed up.
He was going for it until you said that. Curse of the commentator kicks in.
Oh dear.
He was still very quick throughout the early run, so he's still probably going to post a reasonable time. But yeah, maybe a bit of a problem there. Even with backing off, 63.88 second in class. So
oh wow! So he literally he slowed up to 49 miles an hour through the speed trap.
Still went second quickest. So that machine's fast.
If he gets it sorted, he'll be there, won't he?
Yeah, definitely.
Now this young man, this is Matthew Price, folks, from Halesowen in the Midlands. Right, here he comes now. You just see him now coming down through the farmhouses. He was 95 miles an hour in this little Radical. He's got about 280 brake horsepower. He won a championship last year. He's extremely quick. Have a look at that.
Yeah, brilliant run there for Matthew Price. He goes through, and we're in category 4A now for sports Libre cars, and he goes quickest, 56.23. A good run there in that Radical SR3.
I don't think anyone will get near him in that class, because that is such a well sorted car. Young driver, he's got 280 brake, but the rest of them have got about 200 brake. So again, it's a fine package, isn't it?
It is. It ticks all the boxes, so that's going to be hard to beat. David Bickley, he's a quick driver in this Radical, but it's small. It's a smaller Radical, the SR1, so less power, although physically smaller. So it doesn't take up quite as much of the track. It just doesn't have the grunt of the SR3. So David Bickley, although it'll be a quick time, it's not going to be as fast. 65.04.
Now, of course, his son Stuart Bickley will be driving the little fluorescent Force up the hill, but that one was flying up the hill. That was John Prickett there. Now, that one's a turbocharged one, wasn't it?
That's right. That's the turbocharged or supercharged. I forget now. 94 miles an hour through the speed trap, though. Really on it.
Second, only just behind Matthew Price.
Yeah.
That's a great run. So that's it. I thought Matthew was going to get it all his own way. No, John Prickett says, no, I'm having some of that.
That little black radical was fragile, though, wasn't it? We saw him tinkering with the engine earlier.
Quick.
It's quick, but as long as it stays together, I guess. So
it's always been, every time I've watched that car, it's always potentially on the edge, you know, with mechanical things.
That means he's pushing it, so that's why he's got so much speed, I guess.
Very rapid. Now we're starting to see one or two single-seaters going down towards the start now. This that look like the up to 1100 class. All these little 1100 cars are all running little bike engines, mostly Suzuki's, but with one BMW in there, isn't there? The Hamer car.
That's right.
So we love the little single-seaters. Oh, there's young Stuart Bickley going down there in the fluorescent Force.
We had seen some of these before because they were shared drives. So this will now be the main batch of single-seaters coming through as we work our way through the programme.
Now, these little 1100s, they have been embarrassing some of the big runners in the British Hill Climb Championship, qualifying for runoffs, haven't they?
That's right. Stuart Bickley was one of those who keeps getting into the top 12.
Tom Weaver,
and then they keep getting points. They're not necessarily fighting for a win, but they're certainly fighting in that sort of
yes. You can't compete when you've got 200 horsepower against 700 horsepower.
No.
You know, when you get
although they make a good try,
they make a blooming good effort of it, and of course they're nimble, they're very light. But don't forget, those big cars, you'd think that the big heavy cars, they're actually, some of those big ghouls are lighter. They're lighter than these.
Exactly. And
which is mad, isn't it?
Even though they've got the bigger engines, the engines are so well engineered, they're not that much heavier than the bike-engined variants. So they're incredible machines, quite frankly.
I actually love the technology of these small bike engine cars. I think they're just beautifully put together. There's some very sophisticated engineering built in, isn't there? So what have we got now? We've got Simon Howarth, haven't we?
That's right. So one of the more modern BMW Minis, Cooper Works version. We've got quite a few of these on the hill over the weekend, and we've got quite a few classic minis and quite a few mini based derivatives, so keep an eye out for those throughout the day. Some interesting versions of the mini. Simon Howarth here on the hill, just coming round Orchard. He'll come into view now out of Orchard and up towards the farmhouse, drive between the farm buildings. It's quite a another unique feature of this venue. And then out round Farmhouse Corner, which is quite a long left-hander. You've got to hold on the power before pushing it up this short, straight section towards Quarry, which is sort of like a double apexed final turn that really tightens, and then instantly you're on the finish line. So Simon Howarth goes 68.46. That's fourth in Class 1C.
Interesting, isn't it? These modern minis, that's a 1600cc turbocharged. Look at the size of the mini compared with what the older style minis. But we're going to have a look now at Martin Hodgson, again in a Mini Cooper S, an R53 model actually. And they are rapid, and of course they're a lot cheaper to buy one of these probably than one of the old minis these days, wouldn't you say?
I would have thought so, yeah. You could probably pick up a decent mini, and they did various versions with superchargers and all sorts of bits and pieces on them, and you could probably pick them up relatively cheap and go out and hill climb it every weekend if you wanted to, pretty much.
What I would say is I know that the engines in these, if you've got to change a clutch or something like that, it's an absolute beast of a job.
Oh, okay.
It's not easy.
Fun to work on.
You know, whereas an old A series engine, you'd whip the whole engine and box out, wouldn't you?
That's it, yeah. I mean, an old Mini is much easier to work on in my opinion, but then I'm that way inclined. I don't understand the modern stuff.
Now, that was Kevin Dodd is just going through to the finish in the Lotus Elise. 73.79 for Kevin. His daughter Kirsten is watching on today, and of course married to Matthew Ryder. So it's a real family interest job, isn't it, that one?
That's right, yeah. And quite close times between Kevin and Carolyn Ryder, who's sharing the car there.
Now, Morgan Jenkins, we're seeing he's driving a Clio 182 Trophy. Now, Morgan Jenkins is normally driving the big Pilbeam. Sandra Tomlin's Pilbeam, because Morgan Jenkins is married to Amy Tomlin, Sandra's daughter. But he's got this immaculate little, lovely little Clio, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's a shared car, I think, so I don't know who's sharing with. Well, we'll find out maybe later on. Morgan goes 5th in Class 3B, as we then move on to another classic Escort, this Mark II Escort. Does look good, this as well, a proper rally spec machine.
Yeah, it is actually big arch Mark II in white, classic look. It looks like Mini-Lite type wheels. I think this one's running a 2-litre Z-Tech in it.
Oh, that's right, yeah, much more modern engine in the classic.
It's not got the old Pinto engine or a BDA, but of course they're getting harder and harder to get hold of, those engines, aren't they? Oh, we have a spin down the road. Paul Jones in the Force. He's sharing with Darren Gumbly. He's had a little spin down there at Country, but doesn't look like any major dramas. In fact, looking at the marshals, he's looking a bit fed up, obviously, in the car. So what did I do there? Well, just unfortunately overcooked it slightly. Just
the back went round at Country, I think, and he got his tyre on the grass, but again, they'll be able to move him on from there quite easily, and he can get out of the way. And unfortunately, Bernard Kevill's been held up behind him.
We've got a replay on the screen here, so that's right down. Oh, yes, just a lovely little spin, really.
Yeah, it's just too fast into that corner. As he's gone up, there's a slight rise going into that corner, where the car will become a bit light. So if you get your braking wrong, your momentum will probably just carry you round. So I think that's probably what's happened there to Paul Jones. And luckily, no harm. He's not touched anything. There's nothing really down there to touch, is there? So he's got going, and yeah, I think
he'll come up to the top and he'll say, sorry, Darren, but anyway, no damage on the car. That's the main thing.
He'll be frustrated, but he'll be out later, as we will see Bernard Kevill probably.
So
he'll be able to do the little
Bernie
cut
stop.
That's
Bernie.
right.
Yeah, sure. He'll get a rerun. He might go through that little cut through.
Yeah, I think he'll probably go through the cut through, and
he's driving it with anger up past the finishing straight, isn't he? He's thinking, grrr. Never mind. If you're not trying, you're not going to spin, are you?
No. So looks like Bernie Kevill may have.
Now,
cut the engine.
Can you get going? Yeah,
there we go.
That's right, because some of these engines don't really carry big batteries and stuff. They need battery packs, don't they? But
yeah, I think he probably cut it to save the overheating, and then had to get going again with the help of the marshals. But yeah, he'll, I think, be able to roll around through the cut through. Keep an eye out for that.
He can. Yeah, that's right. So Bernie Kevill's driving his little OMS, sharing with Simon Andrews.
On the screen, we can see the little marshal with the red flag pointing to the cut through.
Yes.
So that cut through is just before Orchard.
He gets another go,
and it goes back round.
Now there's the Pilbeam. Now is that Sandra or Oliver driving? Because Sandra's, I can't remember the colour of her helmet, but that's the lovely little Pilbeam with the 4-litre V8 Judd power. Very late Pilbeam. She told me it was 2013. I always have to, when I get it wrong, they always tell me, you know.
Yeah.
But from what I remember, she said 2013, because I did describe it once. I thought it might be a 2000 or something like that. She said, no, it's a 2013 tub.
Okay, it's much later then than I'd have thought.
One of the last of the big Pilbeam HillClimb cars, wasn't it?
Well, there we go. That is interesting.
Doesn't it look lovely?
It does look brilliant, and it's nicely turned out in that blue with the silver flames. I like the style of it.
One of the best looking cars you'll see here today. We've got a couple of Pilbeams here today.
There's that yellow one, isn't there?
Yeah, the yellow Pilbeam, yeah. So these were built by Mike Pilbeam. Of course, they were the most successful car of their era until basically the Goulds came on the scene and started to dominate. So if you had a Pilbeam back in the day, you had the best car.
That's right, and it's good now. I mean, you say the Goulds dominate. I suppose they have in a way, but we've got several good manufacturers out there, haven't we? So
we've got what we have in the smaller classes. Obviously, the Empires, the Forces. You know. and they are incredible little cars, aren't they? Oh, and yeah.
So Sandra Tomlin's off in that Pilbeam, and currently setting purple sectors because she's actually the first runner in this class, I believe.
Yes, and great to see Sandra. She's been racing for many years, and I remember particularly back in the day she used to race a Tigger, a little Tigger sports car, 2-litre Tigger. But anyway, she decided to buy this one. It's her car. I should tell you that. This is her pride and joy. She can still nip along, can't she?
Yeah. Clipped a bit of the dirt there and kicked up some dust behind her as she goes across the line with a time of I think the timing beam hasn't grabbed her.
Well, I'll tell you who is going to be grabbed soon is Nicola Minguez in the lovely Gould GR55. Here she comes around Farmhouse, ladies record holder on the hill, I believe. Married to Wallace Minguez, the 4 times champion, who'll be along later on. And that's a history car. It used to be owned by Martin Groves and won the championship and set hill records everywhere.
Yeah, so Sandra Tomlin did a 58.85. Nice run there. Nicola Minguez does a 56.76. Yeah, the HillClimb.TV timing screen is slightly behind.
Sean Gould, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. So Sean Gould coming past us now. Always very fast. 120 through the speed trap there.
Wow, good old Sean. That's lovely to see.
So he does a 49.13. A very good run.
Yeah, so we keep missing Sean because he's sharing the drive with Matthew. He comes up a lot earlier, doesn't he? And then we see this streak of this Gould coming by.
That's right, yeah. So Archie Kerr's next through, our OMS Hornet. This is, like we were saying just a minute ago, one of the smaller machines, but is a quick little car.
Yeah, it's great. This is a late OMS, but little 600cc Yamaha motorbike engine. No, was it a Suzuki? It was either one of them, wasn't it?
Yeah.
600cc. Can I go well for that?
Yeah, that's it. And young guys driving this, learning their craft, I suppose. 60.35 there for Archie Kerr. So nice run, and we've got Will Heyman up next.
Yeah, well, this is Will Hamer and Archie Kerr. Will Hamer's got his son here as well, driving that car. This is, they fitted a little 1-litre BMW motorbike engine into it.
Does sound good though, doesn't it?
Yeah, I love the paint job too.
Oh yes, yeah, it's a wrap.
It's a wrap.
It's a green,
it's
sort of satin wrap. Yeah,
it's green. It's lovely, isn't it? We call it the camo car.
That's it. It could be a bit difficult to spot in the wrong conditions, but Will Hamer does a 51.8. So good run there for him. As Dougie Kant's next.
Oh, this is from Love Island, Dougie Kant, eh? My goodness me. Girls, this is the one you want to go and have a chat with in the paddock, eh, Dougie? Very beautiful man, Dougie. Got the beautiful teeth, the lovely hair.
Yeah, pretty boy, definitely.
Pretty boy Dougie, eh?
And going pretty quick as well, as he crosses the line with a 57.2. So nice run.
I suspect that could be a PB actually for Dougie. It's the first time he's been here. So, yeah, good to see him up here. What have we got next? This looks interesting.
Yeah, Christopher Fraser's next, Jedi Mark 4.
Oh, yes, we looked at this car earlier. Yeah. This is so pretty, isn't it? We love the little Jedis.
He's just rebuilt this thing, and it is absolutely pristine. It looks lovely up close, when that black and orange really makes it stand out.
Yeah, I think Jedis are super little cars. They were very tiny little things, aren't they? Now, these cars are getting quicker and quicker. That's Robert Clark. I can tell just looking at the car and the helmet. Robert Clark, he's from Shropshire. He's a regular. He's come back to the hills this year, isn't he? In this little empire, and he's getting quicker and quicker. In fact, he's third in the class at the moment.
That's it, 56.08 for Robert Clark. So good run for him. As we then pick up Emma Rayson's Empire. That's that bright yellow machine. And attracting all the bugs this morning it was, I noticed, because of the colour.
Well, she's come from the Channel Islands with her husband Scott. She's a very quick driver. She had a number on her husband this morning. What's she going to do?
Very quick.
Third in the class.
55.62. Nice run.
Yeah, good to see. Now, here comes young Stuart Bickley, the fluorescent force. The force be with you. Here he comes now, Stuart. He is such a super quick young driver. This car absolutely screaming up the hill in that little bike engine. Can't miss it, folks. He's going to do an excellent time heading around Quarry Bend. He's going to do a time of 52.28.
Yeah, I think there's more to come from Stewart. I don't think that was his quickest run.
No, Will Hamer though, 51.80.
Yeah.
So I know these still competitive times though.
Oh yes, definitely. But yeah, Stewart can definitely go quicker later on today, I think. Jonathan Flesher next through, MOMS.
In the runoff last week at Craigannet,
yes,
against the big cars, that was a brilliant run actually. I think he finished, I don't know, 6th or 7th, 5th, something like that. Either way, 53.18 goes 4th in the class.
Yeah, we then have Stephen Morgan's Empire Evo 3 in that sort of turquoisey colour, and this is a very quick run. He set some very good sector times at the early part of the course, heads up over the speed trap now, and he'll break that beam at 95 miles an hour. What's his final time going to be? Over the line he goes with a 53.18.
Okay, Tom Weaver from Ludlow. Now this is a young charger. This car beautifully turned out. Very quick young driver indeed. This is the car that had in fact it's got the camera on board at the moment. Tom, what's he going to do for us? He is going to go over the line in a 52.21.
Yeah, very good time there for Tom. That puts
second
him
in
second.
class.
That means that earlier one by Will Hamer's really good time.
I'll tell you what, fair dues. That's really put a cat amongst the pigeons, that run, because you know these young drivers, they're keen. Tom Morgan, of course, has still got to have a go in that car, hasn't he?
Well, that's it. We've still got a few to run in that class as we switch to Andrew Abbey there. In this, that's rather unusual. This is a Formula Ford, but Janum M91, not a normally seen machine. It's one of those smaller manufacturers who competed for a few years in Formula Ford.
I think Janum won the championship, though, didn't
Quite
they?
possibly,
I think he was telling me that. It's a very competitive car. We're going to get a look at Sarah Bosworth. This is our hair. She's a barber from Sheffield, and she is one ever so quick driver. She's got class records too, hasn't she?
Yeah, and she's putting on a very good time here. She's probably going to jump straight to the top. Richard Abbey's currently the fastest with a 65.11. Sarah Bosworth does a 63.99.
Wow.
She's a very quick driver. We see her in a Lotus Elise sometimes, and she's ever so fast.
Well, she did hold the class record in that Elise, but my goodness me, we've got Jimmy Harris just gone by us. He's always super quick, Jimmy. Well, what can he do? He's got a beat at 63.99. He does a 61.61 to go top of the class.
Yeah, then we have Rob Spedding also following up, and he's in that much newer Vector, and we know this is a quick car. However, Rob's still getting settled in this machine. He was saying he's got a new seat, so it feels very different. So maybe his time won't be as fast as he could be. However, it's still looking like it could be a quick run. Nice and neat down there through Orchard. It looks like he's pushing it quite well down there. And he comes up towards Farmhouse.
He's got purple sectors going on, which means he's coming around Farmhouse. He's so far the quickest of these runners. What can he do? So he powers up through the speed trap here. He's only got to negotiate the final bend and then into Quarry to the finish, which is an unusual finish here. He goes through the finish in a 61.62. Second, Jimmy Harris.
How close?
1/100th of a second.
Yeah, how close can you be? We were saying actually earlier how close the Formula Ford category always is, and once again they've not disappointed as we've got Bernard Kevill coming through.
Bernie Kevill, yes, well that's in his lovely little OMS, isn't it?
57.03 puts him currently 4th. That's in the category 5E racing cars over 2 litres, as we have Darren Gumbley, who looks like he's on a quick one.
Yes, he's a quick driver actually. He does all the Midland Hills. He comes from Tenbury Wells area down in the Team Valley. Paul Jones had the spin in this car earlier, but there was no damage, so Darren's having his turn. He's coming round Farmhouse. It's a long bend, isn't it? Now the power goes down, heads it to up the finish straight there. What speed through the speed trap?
104.
104.
Good run, yeah, and
finishes
comes up
in
to
a
the line.
time 56.25. Takes him top of the class so far, but there's only 2 of them by the look of it.
Yeah, in that between 1100 and 1600 category, there's only Darren Gumbley and Paul Jones, so a small category. However, they could make their way into the runoff. Doesn't matter what category you're in for the runoff, it's just done on the fastest eligible drivers.
Yes, it's an interesting place. It's tomorrow we'll have all the same big guns will be out. Here's a look at Ian Tucker. He's from Cornwall. He's in another little 1600cc Hayabusa, normally aspirated. Ian Tucker here from Cornwall, so he makes a long journey, does a 62.11, and then we're going to be looking at Gavin McLaren in that lovely Pilbeam MP88. This is such a pretty car, this yellow Pilbeam. This is new to them this year, isn't it, this one?
Oh, right, okay. So, yeah, it's a beautiful older machine, but new to Gavin, and, yeah, it looks amazing. Great to see this still doing good times, and, yeah, it's a nicely turned out machine as well.
Yeah, mint, isn't it? Mint, absolute mint car. Old school Pilbeam. Sounds terrific, actually. Oh, I'll tell you what, it's got a Rover V6 in that one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and that's why it sounds so great. A Rover V6, there's not many of them about.
Yeah, now is this the one based on the touring car engine?
It's a 2-litre one.
Yeah.
It's a 2-litre V6.
It could be, yeah. Very nice. Gavin McLaren goes across the line with a 62.45.
Andy Bugard just gone by us from the Channel Islands in that lovely little Force, Hayabusa Force, already heading off up towards the finish.
Yeah, Andy Bugard there does a 54.50, so quick time there. That'll make him fastest in this class so far.
So what have we got now? We have, that is Alex Coles. It's not coming up.
Yep, Alex Cole's just gone through, 114 through the speed trap for him, and he crosses the line with a 51.26. So Alex, yeah, much quicker in Class 5D so far. As we also had Jonathan Varley on track.
Jonathan Varley is currently the Midland Hill Climb champion the last 2 years. This is in the Predator, fitted with a Terry Davis 2-litre V8. He had a Formula 1 V10 Arrows engine in when Graham White Jr. had the car, but Graham bought it as a tub, fitted a Terry Davis engine, and he's going brilliantly, hasn't he?
Yeah, so 51.73 for Jonathan Varley, which means he's just half a second slower than Alex Coles. So Alex currently top of that.
No surprise there, but Alex has been ruffling the feathers of all the big runners, hasn't he, in the top 10 runoffs this year and at the back end of last year as well. Harry Pick from Leamington Spa in a very new OMS, actually, with a big V8, IndyCar V8 in the back of it. So it's a very potent combination, isn't it?
Yeah, this is a very quick machine, and Harry Pick there rounding Farmhouse Corner, gets on the power. Let's see what speed that big old engine can push it through the speed trap. 105 miles an hour, yeah, that's going some.
Yeah, nippy, isn't it? So anything sort of 100 plus is quick, isn't it?
Yeah, that put second in class with a 54.91, but currently nobody close to Sean Gould's 49.13.
Oliver Tomlin will just coming into our view now, coming through Farmhouse, into Farmhouse Bend. Now this is that lovely Pilbeam that Sandra Tomlin owns. Again, 4 litres of V8 in the back, so it's going to be quick. That's quick through the speed trap. 112, something like that.
Yeah, 112.
Yeah. Oh, look at Wallace Mingus going down to the start. You can't miss that, can you? That lovely red Gould with the fluorescent yellow wheels. Isn't that spectacular?
Yeah, it's a good machine, that. Oliver Tomlin there, 53.3, goes second in Class 5E, still behind Sean Gould, as we have Jack Cottrell's Lara coming up into view. He's coming now towards Willow, and nicely round there up towards Orchard. He sort of disappears from our sight slightly behind the trees, hops back out again just by the farmhouse.
Yeah, no, he's very rapid, young Jack. He's getting quicker and quicker all the time. He did very well in the runoff at Crigante last week in Northern Ireland. The Gould, the little Delara, again a V8 IndyCar engine in the back, so potent, isn't it?
Yeah, he does a 51.58, so second in class. Still nobody can get close to Sean Gould. However, the really quick runners are about to come, and we'll see some quick times from these next few cars.
It's very interesting, actually. So there's a bit of bite to our practice today, because these are competitive runs. Although they're not run-off times, tomorrow we'll do that, but nevertheless it gives us a little guide of what we're likely to see tomorrow, doesn't it? How much they're holding back.
Yeah, and this is where they're really learning about car setup and things like their tyres. There's issues with tyre supplies this year, people running on Avons or Hoosiers, but unfortunately the two tyres have ever so slightly different rolling radiuses, which means that the gearing is effectively changed by the size of the wheel. So you can't just switch between these tyres willy-nilly. You've got to put some effort into working out the setup changes based on which tyre you run. So it's not as easy as just slapping on a different set, which is why this tyre supply issue is going to definitely, as the year goes on, be one of the talking points of the championship. David Uren next in his Gould GR55. So yeah, David Uren now coming up towards Orchard through the run through the farmhouse up to Farmhouse Corner. Good time around there. We'll see what David can do through the speed trap. David goes through with 121 miles an hour and crosses the line second, 50.18 in the class, as we have Trevor Willis running on track. Those able to tune into YouTube TV will see that Trevor has the onboard camera with him. So that's exciting. Sparks from the back of his car as he climbs up the hill there. And we'll see what that was. Trevor Willis round the final bend, across the line 50.44, third in class currently, as Wallace Menges, multiple championship winner, is on track and already looking fast. However, his times are in green on our feed, which means they're quick for him, but not necessarily quicker than Sean Gould. Wallace through Farmhouse and round the big long left-hander up through there. He's going quickly through the speed trap, 120 for Wallace. Final turn and he tops the speed up 49.22, just behind Sean Gould. So really tight between those two. So 10th of a second as Will Hall is now next on track. Will Hall's Gould's GR59 with that Judd engine in the back goes round Orchard, powers his way through the Farmhouse section. Really impressive there. Great looking car, this, just looking amazing. Huge speed up through the speed trap. Let's have a look. 122, a bit quicker than Wallace Menges through there. As he final corner, he goes across the line. 49.63, just loses out at the last, about a half a second behind Sean Gould. Matthew Ryder next up. Matthews Gould also GR59 there, and he's coming around through Orchard now. Of course, this being the same car that Sean Gould's driving, so if anybody has a chance of bettering Sean's time, it's Matthew. But he slows down.
He's been red flagged, I think.
Has he been red flagged?
Well,
or
I don't know why
has he just? No, his arm's gone up. I think maybe he's got the issue.
Oh no.
So
Matthew, of course, current British champion, Hill record holder in the 46s with the record, but no, he hasn't.
Can't even make the final corner. I think he's lost power. Oh,
we don't like that.
I can hear some revving in the background. I wonder, maybe drive shaft has gone or something.
Oh wow, that's interesting. Well,
we'll try and find out what's happened to him.
They red flagged the OMS, haven't they?
Yes, so Simon Andrews will have to go around, but that means Sean Gould looks like he might be quickest in this class.
In this first time runs for the big bangers, yes, that's right. Well, Sean Gould's always a competitor. He's a very quick driver still.
He's usually really quick, and then the last few guys come out and he tumbles down to third or fourth.
Yeah, but don't forget, Sean still holds the Hill record at Chelsea Walsh.
Yes, yeah.
22.37, and Sean, that is a record worth having.
Yes.
That's a serious hill, isn't it? Very power hill. And he's held that record for a few years now. Matthew was telling me that when they broke the hill record here before, just for some reason, even though it wasn't particularly warm, the times were spectacularly quick, which they've been trying since, and they haven't got within about 2 seconds.
No, that's right, yeah.
Isn't that weird, isn't it?
Yeah, sometimes it's just the right thing on the right day, isn't it? It's so fickle. Right, well, I noticed Matt Ryder was being pushed up by the marshals over the finish line, so something he felt it wasn't right and didn't want to damage the car, or maybe something let go.
It sounded all right, and
it did, and then he just backed off.
Yeah. So knowing him, he will be hopefully conscious that there might be a minor problem.
Yeah.
I see the course car, the big truck, is just following it up, making an inspection, perhaps.
Yeah, just in case there's anything on the
oil or anything like
debris left on the course.
Yeah, that's right.
Sometimes if something lets go, it can sort of drop bits and pieces, and you don't want that getting picked up by the following car.
So I reckon, if I'm not mistaken, we're nearly through the first time runs of the afternoon, and we're hoping to get 2 more, aren't we?
Well, as many as we can, I suppose.
As many as we can.
So this is towards the tail of batch 5. So we've got another batch after this, which will pick up some bits and pieces, and then that'll be the first run through timed runs, or the competition runs. Sorry, they're all timed, obviously, but competition runs. So we've got a bit of cloud in the sky now, haven't we, Alex? So we're still getting that sun coming through the clouds, and doesn't, when it lights up those that oilseed rape and all the shadow over there as well from the clouds, it really is quite a spectacular sight, isn't it? Yeah, and even with the cloud, it's still pleasantly warm here today.
Yes, and quite snug in our little box here.
The commentary box has a great view, and it's nice and cosy, and it's only got some dead flies in it.
Oh, we're doing quite well, I think. So fair play. I mean, we've sat in boxes at other hills where a veritable sort of insectorama.
That's right. At Shelsley, I had to evict 1 million ladybirds. At Lowton, I had to evict 1 million flies. This is so far relatively bug-free.
No, we're doing very well here, to be fair. It's wintered well, this box.
Yeah, and it's got a great vantage point to watch the... Although most of the commentary boxes have good views, they're all slightly different. So, like at Shelsley, you can only really see a little bit from each box.
Yes.
Whereas here, you can see pretty much everything.
You can virtually see the whole hill, which is incredible, actually.
And then, Lowton, it's similar, isn't it? You can only you see a good chunk, but you don't see the whole thing.
You miss at Lowton when you're in triangle box. You miss all that first bit, don't you, off the start? And
that's right. Yeah.
Loggerheads. And
similar to this, Lowton added that first section later on. That wasn't the original course. They sort of built an extension. And you've got some qualification on what we were talking about earlier.
Well, apparently back in 1963, Derek Ongaro.
Yes,
he was Ongaro.
we were close.
We were there. But he originally built the course, but the course was shorter then.
Yes.
Right. So that's the original course designed by Derek Ongaro.
I was told where the original start was, and I can't now remember.
Well, basically, all that section to the left there through Clark's and the S's.
Yes.
That was added by Tim Thompson and Simon Clark later on. So the original course basically started down the bottom there.
I think it started around Countryside.
Yeah,
is that right?
Down that way.
And then they've added this first
this big loop, which is actually really good, isn't it?
It was designed to put test to the cars. So the S's, we see David Wingfield's Lotus just going through those S's. That was purposefully designed to really push the skill of the driver and the setup of the car. So they were able to think about their design rather than just going with what they had, like a country road. They were able to really plan out what they wanted. So back on the hill with action from David Wingfield's Lotus Elan. This is one of the classic Elans. Beautiful looking car, this. So it comes around Orchard there. And so we're in class 6A with this. And a bit of a tail slide, and he goes round at the farmhouse. That'll he recovers quite nicely, actually, so it might not throw a flag. He might.
Full rotation. Well, the little Mini that's chasing him
is far enough away.
Yeah, it's far enough away. Then he'll run to the finish.
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah.
It's a nice rotation.
So David Wingfield there checking out some of the grass. That'll have spoiled his run slightly, although he'll post a fastest time because he's the first runner in this class.
Now this is the Matthewson Mini, isn't it?
That's right. Andrew Dickens in this Mini Clubman Estate. Looks great, that thing.
Yeah, it does. You said to me that it was in the style of Richard Longman, of course. Richard Longman was Downton Minis, wasn't he?
That's right. Yeah. So Longman did his own. He had his own racing stable, I suppose, and he built all sorts of Minis and then later Ford Fiestas and all sorts.
Now we got the little Davrian. This one is Glenn Collier. This little 1200cc imp engine in the back of this. It's a very elderly car, that one, but still very competitive, isn't it?
And it looks great, doesn't it? It's a really smart looking machine. Very rare. You don't see these at all. I don't think there were many of them ever made.
No, well, yeah, the original Davrian, I think, was made in London, and then they moved them down to Wales.
Oh, okay.
I believe.
Very good.
Talking to somebody recently. Now, here comes one of my favourites, Alex. Tell me, I love this car. Do you like this one?
Yeah, this is very nice. It's an MGC originally that at some point has been modified to replicate the Sebring racers that did the famous endurance race in America. So MG had works cars that they took to America to race, and this MGC has been made to look the same, and they've done a good job. It's really nicely turned out.
Robert Med, of course. His wife very kindly provided us those lovely butterfly cakes earlier, didn't she?
Yes, they were very good.
No bribery involved, folks, but always welcome to bring cakes to the commentary box.
Oh yes, we're open to bribery.
We're always open to a bit of bribery.
Certainly in the form of cake.
We'll always talk nicely, won't they? Won't we?
Yes, we do anyway.
Yeah, generally we're pretty good, aren't we?
Yeah.
Why would we nasty? Now this I really do find interesting. Tell me about
brilliant.
this.
Yeah, this is Alan Scott's Gem. So this, some people may think, oh look, a mini Marcus, but not quite. Gem and Marcus, they sort of had very similar design philosophies, worked together and then sort of parted ways, but carried on making machines that look very similar. That Gem is a fiberglass body, no like steel chassis or anything, it's all just fiberglass.
And it's got a mini engine in the front.
That's right, so it's super light and has sort of 130 horsepower, so it's a nippy little machine.
Yeah, now this one's very pretty too. When you look at the size of the two cars, this is the Lenham Sprite. Now this is, where is our Lenham?
It's just gone past.
Oh, well, we just missed him.
Yeah, you just missed him,
I missed him. So the Lenham Sprite's gone, and we get a quick look at Richard Derrick in the 1275 GT. Good looking little cars, the 1275 GTs, aren't they? A Mini, but with a different front on it.
That's it. They decided to try and redesign it for reasons unknown to me. And all they did was put that different front on, but I like them as well, and especially a proper 1275. They're great machines.
Yeah, I think he told me it's got something like a 1380 engine.
Yeah, it's just gone quickest in class as well with a 6918 with Mike Brown's TVR, final car in this class.
Well, look at this. Can he ruffle the feathers? This has got an 1800 Ford engine in the front. This one, and. Becoming very rare and pretty valuable, these, aren't they? Because they're very early TVRs, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. They're, again, fiberglass bodies and very lightweight. And those days, they didn't have huge power, just pretty modest engines, but still quick. Mike Brown goes third in class as we then jump to Richard Jones's Elva Mark 7. A gorgeous machine, this.
Yeah, little twin cam in the back. What a fabulous looking car. Looks so much like a Lotus 23. And it's got a handle, it's just so low to the deck. Perfect, isn't it?
It is really good. And time there for the little Elva. Just wait for our clocks to catch up with us.
As Andy Tippett comes by us now, look here.
Oh yes,
the big Brabham, the big V8 in the back. Oh wow, the noise of that V8 is awesome.
That's it. So that's the big Buick 3-litre V8, isn't it?
3.5.
Oh, 3.5 is it? Yeah, there we go. So yeah, nice machine that. So yeah, that Elva ended up doing a 63.83, whereas Andy Tippett's Brabham a 64.44.
Now, one of your favourites is on the hill. This is the mighty Dave Tatham.
Yeah, that McLaren M12.
Runner-up, I think, in the Harewood Champs last year.
Ah, right. With this machine or with something else?
No, with this machine, I think. But this car is his dad's old car. George Tatham raced this car up the hills. It was built specifically for hill climbing. It's based on like a Can-Am car, but listen to the growl of that huge V8, 7 litres of V8 in the back there. That'll be quick through the speed trap, 92 through the speed trap, heading up towards the finish. He holds the class record in this car, and it was a record that has stood for many, many years.
Yes.
He broke it last year.
So 61.41. So that's a good run for that McLaren. I'm just going to look up what the class record is...
So 59s?
58.05. So a
58.05.
couple of seconds for him to find today, but still, as we watch the tail deck of Philip Marfleet, another sort of classic style of single-seater 70s design, this one, I think.
Yes, the only one left actually of these, and now he's not got the BDA that he used to have. It's got a 2-litre Ford Z-Tech, but actually I thought it sounded really well going up the straight there, didn't you?
It did. It's got that nice rasp to it. It certainly sounded like it should be there. As we now jump to the Ferrari group. This is the Ferrari Owners Club, a selection of machines from the 80s to the mid-2000s, I think, and Chris Butler first up in his 458 Italia.
Yes, great to see the Ferrari owners out. I genuinely thrilled to see them because, you know, these are seriously valuable cars, some of these, and none of them are cheap. But to bring them and race them up the hill and drive them home, of course, they're not trailered here, are they?
No, that's right. Most of these who are driven here will drive up the hill and then hopefully drive home safely.
Yeah, and I think a lot of them stay at the Harewood Arms normally, just down the road, so they have a nice Ferrari social night afterwards.
Well, that's a good way of doing it. If you've got the money to do that, that's a very civilised way of doing motorsport. So
I don't think money's the issue.
No, exactly.
Not so much, anyway.
So Chris Butler has a 65.97. He's currently top in the Ferrari Owners Club. Martin Jones does 77.5, as we then see John Kennedy's Ferrari California coming through next.
Now John was entered in a Ford Focus, but I know he's got a Ferrari. He's a venture capitalist from America, believe it or not, and he comes over in the summer to basically do a bit of hill climbing.
Well,
so he makes a few quid in the winter,
if
then he can work on his laptop, can't he? And he's got a few quid, and
well, he does a 65.68 to go fastest in class, so it's obviously doing well for him.
Well done to John Kennedy. Of course, David Snelson's still to come. He's always ruffling their feathers, isn't he? He's usually up last in this class. What's this one?
This is Steve Nunney's Ferrari F430, and I think this is an early 2000s sort of vintage machine. And it's the age and the layout of the car doesn't seem to make any difference. I think it's down to the driver.
Right, this is Rob Samuels, the Ferrari 458 Speciale, folks. Extremely valuable Ferrari, that one. He's a very brave man to bring that one up the hill, my goodness me. So he's in purple sectors at the moment, which means he's leading the way. He does finish with a 63.26 to lead the class.
Yeah, very quick run there for Rob Samuels. Stuart McCabe next through in the older Ferrari 328 GTB. This is one of the oldest machines that are with us this weekend, and coming through Farmhouse now. It looks like it'll be a reasonable run for him, but I don't think he's going to get anywhere near Rob Samuel's time.
No, it's a much older spec car, isn't it? And that Speciale is a proper thing, isn't it? You know, proper thing. Now, I'm not sure if these Ferrari boys have a bit of a handicap system.
I don't know.
Well, obviously we can see which is the fastest time actually on screen, but whether they amongst themselves in the Ferrari Challenge is a handicap, I suspect there probably is, because you could have like a 30-40-year-old Ferrari, couldn't you, against some hot-shot new
potentially, yeah.
Pauline Goodwin, look, this is Pauline Goodwin. She's married to John Goodwin, who went into space last year. He was the oldest ever astronaut. Comes from near Stoke-on-Trent. They got a lovely collection of Ferraris, this couple, and Pauline is enthusiastically out on a very regular basis in one of them.
Excellent.
And she got plenty to choose from.
Yeah, fifth quickest with a 73 seconds dead. And then we jump to Brian Jackson in this yellow. This is probably my favourite of the Ferraris with us today. This yellow 308 GTB, and I think this must be a V12 one. And,
really?
I think so, yeah. I'm not an expert on Ferraris, so or maybe not. Maybe a V6 at that time. Who knows?
Yes, because obviously the Dino was a V6. But look, here's David Snelson. Now, David's got a terrific collection as well. When I asked him which one he was driving, he said the red one. So there you go. This is the red one, but it's a very late edition, isn't it, that one? That's a bit special. He's in purple sectors, which means he got a good chance of leading the class going into the last bend. And David Snelson goes to the top of the class with a 62.49. Well done, David.
Now, I've just been handily informed by Stephen Wilson on YouTube chat that the Ferrari Owners Club use a handicap based on the power of the car. So that makes sense. That will be how they work it out. So although you might get one person who's quickest, doesn't necessarily mean they've won.
Correct. Yes, that's what I thought. But lovely to see them out. And they're a great bunch of guys and girls, actually. They always good entertainment when I chat to them. And David Snelson is an absolute wind-up merchant. Be warned, he'll tell you some stuff. And he's made me put stuff out over the mic before now that was complete rubbish. And
well, that's fine.
But that's fine.
That's fine.
We can live with that, can't we?
What would be good, if anybody in the paddock can hear us, find out what happened to Matt Ryder and come and let us know, because we don't know why he stopped, and it would be nice to be able to announce what the problem was. So if anybody can find out for us, that would be brilliant.
I saw Kirsten sat on the benches outside here earlier, but she's probably gone back up the top now. And yes, well, we don't want a problem for Matthew, because currently he's leading the championship, I believe.
Yeah, if he's going to have problems, today is the day to have them, because tomorrow he wants the points.
He wants points mean prizes tomorrow, don't they?
Yeah, although, not being nasty, but if he loses a couple of points early on, that makes it more exciting come the end of the season.
Well, what about the likes of young Will Hall and Wallace Mingus? They'll be nipping at his toes a bit, won't they?
We had this last year, because Matt had that sort of moment mid-season and then had to fight his way back, and that gave us an absolute belter of a season closer at Lowton, didn't it?
Oh, it did. And of course, Alex Summers was leading the way nearly the whole season,
That's
wasn't
right,
he, last year? Which, in the Firestorm, is a lovely car, but it's really probably not quite in the same league as one of these very expensive Goulds. But it's been an incredibly successful car, isn't it, the Firestorm?
It has.
Andy Smith, of course, is here today in his Clio. He built the thing, didn't he?
Yeah, and it has been very successful for several years. How long has Alex been running that?
Well, he's had it quite a while now.
Yeah.
And of course, it's Alex is an extremely talented driver. He showed him how to drive that McMurtry at Goodwood, didn't he?
Oh, that's right. Yes, yeah.
Wow, and I know
very quick.
I think they made him slow up a bit.
Quite possibly.
I think he was embarrassing him a bit.
Yeah. Well, did it take the
Tom Chilton drove it the folling day and went slightly quicker.
Right.
But I think they said to Alex on it, says, "Hey, you better slow up here, boy. You're going a bit quick."
Yeah. Tom Chilton's a proper driver, so he wouldn't want to be upset by by someone, would he? No.
He's one of those modern minis. Look at the colour scheme of this one, folks. I love the fluorescent wheels. They're deceptively quick, these little minis, and of course they're quite big now, aren't they? That you can get.
They're less mini than they used to be.
I think that's higher than my Volvo estate.
Oh, quite possibly so.
Isn't that amazing? Because I've seen them next door to each other, and my Volvo's not small, but of course it is the racing Volvo.
Well, exactly, yeah. The fastest and best Volvo.
The fastest, best Volvo that was ever made.
Yeah. So now we have India Booth coming through in that Mitsubishi Evo 5, and she was really quick earlier. 74.64 was her time, and I'm really impressed with her pace, actually, in this her first year. So this can only be, I don't know, third meeting for her or something, and 72.06, so 2 seconds quicker than earlier. So that's impressive.
She is amazing, because she said the only time she'd driven the car was on some sort of flat airfield type place or something, wasn't it?
Go-kart track.
Some place up somewhere or other. And good on her.
So well done, India. I'm seriously impressed by her speed.
We are, yes.
As we see Joshua Saxton's Westfield go through, and Stephen Ripley's Smart Roadster now coming through.
How many Smart Roadsters do we see on the hill? Well, of course, this one, they got some sort of, is it a 600cc turbocharged engine?
Yeah, it's a little bike engine. I forget which bike it comes from. Again, somebody expert will let us know. I think they're also supercharged or turbocharged.
They're turbocharged, yeah. And they're quite nippy, aren't they, to say the least. Now, this is an interesting one. We've got Stephen Ripley, we've got Tom Blenkinsop in the VW Up GTI. This thing's got lots of poke, hasn't it?
Yeah, it certainly does, and it's interesting. They've got so many different ups here with us. I'm having not seen them on the hill before. We've got 3 or 4 of them, I think.
Up and away is the word. Yeah, that's the way forward. Adam Riley, class record holder, of course, will be along later on in his VW Up, and he is always super competitive. I think he's trying to hold the class record in every class at the moment. That's his aim. And who'd bet against it? Now this is Robin Johnson in the Ford Fiesta Z-Tech S.
Yeah, using all the track. He keeps He's running right out to the edge on the corners, so really pushing how much speed he can carry through there, trying to improve on his times. Earlier he did a 71.85. This time he goes through 71.12. So yeah, good half second or so for him improvement.
Yes. Now we that Zetec S. I'm trying to remember what engine capacity that one was, because you remember last year we had one of those 1 litre Fiestas.
That's right, yeah.
Which running
three cylinders or something,
3-cylinder,
aren't they? Yeah.
1 litre turbocharged.
I think the Zetec is the bigger engine, so maybe 1.4 or 1.6. Yeah,
right. We'll try and find out.
We'll look that up as we see Hazel Petit in that Volkswagen Up. It's a shared car, so the two Petites, Hazel and Chris, duking it out between the two of them. Hazel quickest at the moment, so we'll see how that goes. Donaldson comes through then with a Rover Mini.
So it does appear that Ford Zetec S is a 1 litre turbo.
There you go.
3-cylinder job.
So with a turbo though, yeah. Anthony Patrick next with a classic Mini, and I'm enjoying all these different classic Minis. Really, yeah, one of my favourite cars of all time, the little Mini, so it's always nice to see. And yeah, properly thrown into that final corner there by Anthony, who does a 71.34. Doesn't improve his position, but does improve his time.
Now, here comes Tim Houseman in another VW Up, the white one. This isn't as quick as the Riley car, but nevertheless still nipping along. And you know, they're deceptively quick, these little cars, because don't forget, you know, these are no Goulds, but these are only 68 miles an hour. So even the quickest cars, anything that was up around 195, is really rapid. So these aren't hanging about, are they?
No, that's a good run for Tim, as we then go to another classic Mini. David Taylor in this Cooper S. Classic sort of red with the white roof, and he powers through the speed trap. Let's see what sort of speed a Mini gets through there. 70 miles an hour is not bad, actually, considering the shortness of that straight. That's the lightweight for you. Crosses the line with a 70.06, puts him 4th in class.
Ryan Billington in the little Peugeot. This is the smaller engine Peugeot, like a Peugeot Rally, little 1360. And Ryan's always quick. Now, what would he did? He was 5th in the class earlier. Can he improve on that? Yes, he can. Goes 4th with a 69.99. As we have a quick look at Dougie Mitchell driving the Up. That Adam Riley will be up and later on. What can Dougie do?
Well, this car is definitely the quickest in this class, Class 1A. Doug Mitchell currently 2nd, 67.75. He goes ever so slightly slower, but remains 2nd. So
still a good run, isn't it?
Good run, but Adam Riley, that just has that extra edge.
He definitely has. I don't know what he does, whether he eats Weetabix for breakfast and plenty of go-go juice, but he's super rapid, is young Adam. But anyway, what have we got now? We got Jeff Denton in the MGTF. Don't see many of these, do we?
No, he had a little bit of a moment at Orchard, ran a bit wide onto the grass, but carried it off pretty nicely. Let's see if he could improve. His earlier run was a 76.06. He crosses the line this time, 76.38, so a shade slower.
Okay, Richard Bradley in the little Renault Clio 197, the later Renault Clio 197, the later ones are the 200s, but little good value for money car, you know, you can buy these quite cheap and they're a little pocket rocket, aren't they?
Yeah, and really popular on the hills. Richard Bradley using his there to go 73.79, good improvement on his earlier run, so definitely some speed out there on the hill still. Matthew Cossins, I think I saw him clip some of the cones earlier in this run. We'll see whether that was the case or not, but it's still going on strong.
Yeah, 65 through the speed trap, and then we're going to get a look at James Marfleet in the MX-5 in a minute. Matthew finishes in a 72.30. So James Marfleet in the MX-5, these are so popular on the hills now. Again, a cheap form of car to motorsport with. Got a great little engine, a little twin cam in the front of them, haven't they? They've got all the right bits. I think they've been built around the Lotus Elise in a lot of ways.
That's right. They were made to represent those 60s British sports cars, and they then managed to improve on it in the way that the Japanese often do with their engineering. So a good run there for James Marfleet, 71.65, as we see Martin Watts' Honda Civic. This is the FN2 age body shell of the Honda Civic, and they were very good little cars. cars. I don't know, is this a Type R or anything, or is it just a standard one?
No, I think they've got pretty much a Type R. Well, the Civic Type R they did, didn't they? We've got Jake Dinsdale coming into our view now. Jake's in another Clio. This is the RS200 version, so very similar to the 197. Again, little pocket rocket, front wheel drive, 2 litres of power, so it's a very usable car, isn't it? Hatchback as well. I think that's a great little car to buy.
Yeah, so Jake Dinsdale jumps up to 13th in class. It's a big class, there's 20 runners. His time of 72.54, a good run for him. As David Sykes, now this is a Type R, similar age to the red one we just saw. And we'll see David Sykes. He is down in 16th currently. 73.65 was his earlier run, and this is looking like a quick one. Can he improve? He goes 73.68, so almost identical time.
Andy Smith, builder of the Firestorm, the DJ Cars Firestorm that Alex Summers drives. Great engineer, driving this car with his wife this weekend, and Andy's sort of come back to sort of hill climbing in his own right. Normally he's at the meetings as the main man looking after the cars.
Yeah, so good to see him on track, having a bit of fun, I suppose. Nick Jaggard's Citroen Saxo VTS powering up the hill there. He breaks through the speed trap, 66 miles an hour, and it shows that classic Mini was doing 60 something through the speed trap as well, so yeah, doing quite well, that little Mini earlier. And Nick Jaggard does a 71.77, so improves on his time ever so slightly.
Ian Downey in the Renault Clio 197. Again, lots of Clios in this class. A great way to go motorsport. So you could buy a Clio from anything from like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 grand. You could spend up to 12 grand, but nevertheless, for 2 or 3 grand, you can get yourself a running Clio. Probably chuck a roll cage in it and off you go. Happy days.
Yeah, Ian improved on that, and it's interesting to watch all the different lines people take through Quarry, that final corner. We were saying earlier how there's so many different options of line around this whole course, so lots of different ways to try and improve your time. David Milner's just crossing the line, 69.48, puts him 7th in class currently, as James Izzard's Mazda comes through next.
Yeah, aren't they great? And they look, they're again a cheap car. You can buy a Mazda, an old style Mazda. They've been making them a long time now. You can get these for 2,000 or 3,000 quid, can't you? So, which in terms of motorsport is a cheap car.
Yeah,
you
now
might have to spend a few, Bob.
I think his is a Mark III. And I think this one of Nigel Trundle might be a Mark IV.
Yeah, that's one of the later ones.
Yeah. I'm not an expert.
Well, this one will be running a 2-litre engine usually, and again, just a very usable car. That reliability built in, aren't they? Japanese reliability, great handling. Easy to get hold of parts for, easy to service. What's not to like about it? Yeah, they're pretty good little machines. That you've got to watch out for a bit of rust, but apart from that, they're pretty. But if you get a late one, it's not going to be an issue, is it? Now this is Shane Jowett down on the hill. He's going quite slowly now. Oh, he's pulling in. Yeah, something wrong there. The Civic has pulled in down there at Chippies. I think that little bit of tarmac there down at Chippies, that might be where the old course starts. That used to be the start line. Right, yes, that would make sense. I believe. Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah, so Shane Jowett is always one of our regular quick guys, so he's definitely got one of them R-type engines in his, and it's an absolute screamer. But the Marshal, I can see the Marshal walking down towards him. There was no dramas. He just they pulled off for a picnic or something, maybe. Have just pulled off, for a comfort break or something. But anyway, we jest. But I'm sure it's. We hope it's not a malfunctioning bad engine, No, sometimes if a driver's not comfortable, it's moving, isn't it? He might just decide to pull off, don't risk it. Have a look at it, see what's going on, because these are expensive little engines to put right, aren't they? But he's well, also you don't want to be leaving fluid or whatever on the circuit, because then you get in trouble. The marshals shout at you, and don't want that. You don't want to shout. Nobody's going to buy ice cream for you, and it's you definitely will be bottom of the class, wouldn't you? But no, he's proceeding in a stately manner towards the top. Yeah, I think he's running again, and obviously the marshals were happy to let him carry on. So it's not an issue, whatever it was. So where are we? We're now in the sort of about midway through the second runs, Alex, something like that. Yeah. So I think, where are we? Car 41.
So this is batch 1.
Okay.
So we're just about to finish batch 1.
Right.
So last few runners in that. And so, this is second time run of the afternoon.
Yeah, indeed. Well, it's the sun is still blazing, isn't it? It looks fantastic. Looking out, we've got a nice crowd on the bank here as well. They're all enjoying the motorsport here. Harewood's been... all the grass has been cut. It's looking good, isn't it?
A few brave people heading down the hill.
A few brave people. Well, they're younger than us.
Well, the heading down's not the brave bit. It's the getting back up again at the end.
True.
Don't forget that part.
Yeah. I always tell my missus, what goes down's got to come back up. Yes, and I remember at the barbecue at the end of the season, I walked down there to the building down the bottom. They own that building down there, and see where the tin roof is, all that along there. That's a great big area, and we sit down a big barbecue in there.
Yeah.
They had an outside caterer came in,
very nice,
and did a fine job.
Yeah.
Because I thought, where's he going to be? You know, you're going to have it in the middle of a field or something. You've got to feed a lot of people here. But they had this very, very sophisticated thingy, you know.
Yeah, great big...
dishing out these great big giant burgers.
That's what you want,
isn't it?
You can
imagine, I was loving it.
Yeah.
I was loving it. And well, of course... Well, you went down the hot dog route today, didn't you?
I did, yeah, but you had the great big burger.
I did.
But, I mean, climbing up this hill after having burgers, you'd be... struggling.
Yeah, but but at least you'd be well tuckered up, wouldn't you? I don't know if my old mate Wayne Penrose is watching in Australia. Good afternoon. Good day to you, Wayne.
We have had 7 people from Australia.
Yeah. What about
lots of them complaining that they've got bad connections? So Australia's YouTube is having a bit of a moment.
Are they? Well, Wayne Penrose, he came here last year in that Super Beetle thing that's got 500 horsepower. Entertained us regally, didn't he?
Yeah.
Who else will have like watching? Who's watching? Jim Smith might be watching. My old mate, he's probably fishing today and watching on his phone.
Oh, possibly.
Jeff Robinson's on holiday in Tenerife or somewhere.
Yeah, I think
with Joy.
We often hear from Dave Mockford, another competitor.
I
think he's racing this weekend.
Yeah,
so
he's a great guy with his Austin Maestro, isn't he?
MG Maestro, his one. Yeah, that's
Austin,
right. Yeah.
Goodness me.
Oh dear.
Well, yeah.
Luckily, he won't be listening, I don't think, so he won't get in trouble.
No, I never make any mistakes, me.
No. So all sorts of people, and we're getting quite regulars on the live stream. So it's nice to see people.
Despite us,
despite us. I think they turned the volume down. All over the world, people tune in to that. And
now this
brilliant.
is Tony Pickering. He was super quick earlier, wasn't he? He was second in the class earlier with a 66.27. He's in the little Clio that he's got back out to play instead of the Fiesta. And can he go top? Can he? Not quite. 60 still.
Yeah, so good run. Lots of people struggling to improve that earlier run.
This is David Marshall.
Yeah, David
He's
Marshall's
from Nottingham.
Peugeot,
He is super rapid as David. Now, he was third this morning, but interestingly, Shane Jowett, who had the failed run in the Honda, didn't he?
Yeah.
So he needs to beat a single fifth.
Yeah, some of it seems to be an improvement.
65.77 to beat 66.54.
Doesn't change his position.
Doesn't change it, does it?
No. So yeah, people struggling to go quicker for some reason. As we go to Tom Blenkinsop's Up GTI.
They got a real growl about them. They're the little 3-cylinder engine, aren't they? But that sort of growls like a blooming V6, doesn't it?
Does sound quite good for such a little car.
Now, is that a little turbo? That's a GTI. So is it running a turbo? It's running injection, no doubt. What are we thinking on that one?
Let's have a look.
You have a look while I bring you through with Chris Petit in the Up TSI version. And again, he's got his lights on. He's in black.
Yeah, 1 litre turbo in those little those Ups. Sorry. Yeah.
1 litre. So these little 1 litre cars are ridiculously quick. And here's the old school but modern Mini. This is the example of Chris Donaldson. So it looks like a Mini. It's got the A-Series engine, but they ran fuel injection on them, didn't they, and management systems.
So they've updated the engine, but it's still basically the same A-Series that was in the original one.
Don't think they're any quicker than one running on Weber.
I wouldn't have thought it's a lot different, no.
No, not much in it. Now, so Chris is heading off towards the finish. Here's Laura Houseman, and again in the VW Up. She's sharing this car. Laura's a regular competitor, and I think I mentioned earlier, I think she works as a paramedic or something similar to that. So, good to see her. She's doing a great job. She heads to the finish in a time of, right, we haven't got a finish time. Sam Billington coming by us in the little 2:05.
So yeah, Laura Hasman's 71.89 she finished in. So yeah, 71.89 for her, as we then switch to Sam Billington's Peugeot goes across the line in 68.91. Adam Riley's Volkswagen Up will be next through.
Here he comes, Adam Riley, class record holder in this VW Up. Can he do his own class record? Well, we'll wait with bated breath. He's 73 through the speed trap, heading off up towards the finish. 63, 64, 53. 64, 53. What's that put him?
Yeah, very. I don't know, because we've lost our category of times.
What's his record in the programme?
It was 58 or something, wasn't it? Yeah, it was super quick.
Wow. Well, we're going a bit old school here now. So this is the Lotus Elise of Caroline Ryder. Caroline Ryder, of course, Matthews.
Oh yes. Oh, I was a bit. Adam Riley's time was a 64.91, his record.
Yeah.
And he did a 64.53. So he's potentially
broke his
class record. Yeah.
Wow, he'll be chuffed about that.
Yeah. What a time to lose the screen timing.
Yes, well, that's right. But anyway, we can't confirm it, but we think Adam Riley has broken his own class record again by about half a second.
Yeah, so
happy with that.
That would be good if that's the case, wouldn't it?
Beers on him tonight.
Well, excellent. It's obviously the yellow. We were talking earlier how the yellow flash on the side is new for this year.
What's this? The old school Z-Tech Escort, isn't it?
Yeah, this is that beautiful Mark II Escort.
We're back on the screen here. Oh,
no, ignore that for the moment. That is Paul Edmondson's Escort Mark II, and it does look good, that thing.
Jolly well does, actually. And then we'll be followed by Matthew Chesterman in the Clio 197. So
the Escort just did an 81.55 as the Clio just comes into view.
Yeah, these little Clios, aren't they great? I like that colour scheme. I like the black wheels on that too. I think that's a smart little car, isn't it?
Yeah, sort of in French racing blue, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, I reckon because they've got those lovely little bucket seats and stuff in them, that'd be so much fun. Everyone raves about how much fun they are to drive.
Yeah, so 71.73 for that Clio, as we see Tim Sykes' Honda Civic Type R powering its way up. Tim Sykes currently 15th in class. His previous time of 72.85. Wide entrance there into Quarry, across the line 72.71, so improves his time but not his position.
Okay, we're going to look now at Graham Cox in the modern Mini Cooper S. This is the Countryman version, isn't it? I'm rather fond of that. That looks really good, actually. Where did he come earlier? So he was 6th earlier with a 72.93. He's heading off up towards the finish. I think he might improve it. Does a 72.55.
Yeah.
Still stays 6th.
Yeah, it certainly didn't harm, though, going a little bit quicker. We were trying to work out whether the longer wheelbase on that Mini would be better than the standard saloon. It might be quicker through some of the long sections, but the tight twisty bits it probably isn't as good. So I don't know whether it's any improvement or not having an estate.
It's good, actually, because you get the fishing gear in the back.
Yes, of course.
You get the dogs in, the Labradors, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Go to the supermarket. What's not to like about that?
Yeah,
and it still goes fast.
I tend to favour an estate car or a van, even.
Well, you're a van man.
I am, yeah.
Yeah.
I'd quite happily have a little mini van. They're great fun.
What, the modern one?
Well, the old one.
Oh, the old one.
Yeah.
The old ones are worth a blooming fortune.
Oh, yes, I couldn't afford one.
And the pickups, they're even worse, aren't they?
Yeah. I'm not sure I'd fit in a pickup.
Well, yeah, my mate used to have one. We used to drive his little pickup truck right back in the day, and it was a nippy little thing. It handled great.
Yeah, great little things.
I love little A-series engines. They're lovely, aren't they?
Yes. Oh, yeah. So, Mick Wilkes, VW Polo GTI. He was rather spirited in that early section, but the times don't seem to be much quicker for him. So, as he goes out now up towards Orchard, his sector times are looking a little bit slower actually than earlier. If our timing on screen is correct.
Of course, it's deceptive, isn't it? Because these smaller engine cars, they're not single-seaters, and these single-seaters are just so quick that, sometimes these don't look as quick as all that, but actually they're really pedaling pedaling them like crazy, aren't they?
They certainly are. Anybody who's going up close to that 62nd is still going pretty darn quick, even if, like you say, it doesn't seem as quick as some of the really big single-seaters.
When you've got 4 litres of Gould power that costs about 300,000 quid or something, then yeah, you know, I don't know what they cost, because I once asked, but I didn't get an answer.
Well, I think it's probably one of those.
He thought I couldn't afford it.
Pieces of string type questions. You know, you might. What engine and what suspension and what? It all adds up.
What build do you want, and this and that and the other.
Yeah.
But I wasn't quite in a position to invest at that time.
No.
But
they needed to make the extra big version for the ample driver.
The ample size driver.
All right.
Yes, very wide in the body.
Yeah. Oh, Simon Harris Mini kicking up its rear wheel there as it brakes into the final turn. Across the line with a 68.48.
Now, I'm going to give you a teaser now.
Yeah.
Who's this?
So we have Pasquale Abruzzese.
Correct.
In his brilliant BMW M3. I love this. Absolutely wonderful. And I really like on the roof, he's got a
moment, and we will continue when everything's sorted out.
Yeah, David Taylor and Josh Carr will be halted and waved around, and they'll have to find their way back to the start line at some point. So
we will be back shortly. The marshals are just dealing with the incident that's happened up the hill, and
slight pause on track.
Slight pause on track. Here comes the course car as well, just coming up to inspect the track and all that. They're very efficient at dealing with all this stuff, aren't they? And competitors are stopped on the hill. There's a couple of competitors stopped at the moment. We're well, at least midway through the second runs, aren't we?
Yeah, so we've made a good chunk through the second. Actually, we're towards the end of batch 2.
Yeah, okay. Right. Yep.
So that means I think batch 3 had some of the big single-seaters in it, so we'll be getting back into them soon.
Yeah. Then have we had the Ferraris?
No, we'll have to have more Ferraris.
More Ferraris,
yep.
And then the historics.
And a couple of the historics, yeah. So lots of good stuff with us this weekend.
Yeah, that's right. So first visit to Harewood. What a beautiful place to come and work, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, this is not work, is it? This is.
I mean, it would be good if it was
having
work.
a lovely chat in the box.
It would be great if it was work.
Yeah, I know. If we got paid for this sort of thing, it'd be fantastic, wouldn't it? Eh?
Yeah.
Can I be a motor racing commentator, Mr. Sky?
Yeah, that's it.
Pay me, I don't know, a couple of million a year or something. Eh?
Yeah,
that'd be nice, wouldn't it?
I wouldn't. If David Coulthard or Martin Brundle started to complain, I think I'd tell them, hang on, you've got a good job there. You know, don't
muck it up.
Don't muck it up.
Don't muck it
up. Good old run.
Not that those two would need the money too much.
No, I think they're probably all right.
I think Coulthard. I think he owns hotels in Monaco. Doesn't
now, I'm pretty sure Coulthard owns the production company that does the Channel 4 Formula 1 coverage.
Does he really?
Yeah,
what a shrewd man.
I think when Sky took over, Coulthard sort of stepped in and bought the British rights, basically. So I think he's all right.
Well, yeah. Do you know what I hate about David Coulthard?
How much money he has,
not
how good looking he is,
well, apart from
how successful he's been.
Apart from that, how slim he is.
Oh,
He's
yeah,
still got
yeah.
snake hips. You know, probably 50-odd years of age. He still looks like a jockey.
Yeah, he's
immensely successful, good looking.
Yeah, he's done all right,
Lots
hasn't
of
he?
money, won races.
Yeah.
I mean, what's to like about that?
Yeah, exactly.
But Martin Brundle too, and what a ledge he is.
Yeah.
When he does his paddock interviews, you know, and on the start line, and he gets those stuck-up American stars that don't want to talk to him.
Yeah, he doesn't give him
surrounded
much.
by Bernie Minders.
That's it. Yeah.
Was it Serena Williams was one? You know, they allow these so-called stars onto the, and he's a far bigger star than any of them in my book.
Yeah, he doesn't give him much room to wiggle, does he? You know, he's,
Good on him. Good on him. Yeah, that's right. And. Yeah, so the Formula One circuit, what are you thinking of these modern Formula One cars these days?
Oh, I don't like it. They're all too big.
Big, they are big.
They need to be half the size they are.
Eddie Jordan said that, didn't he? Bless
Yeah,
him.
well, he knew what he was talking about,
He
did
did,
Eddie?
he did.
And yeah, those cars are far too big and heavy and
They
cumbersome.
need to be half the size
Yeah.
with V10s in them.
Yeah, well, that would be good.
That was an era that was like unreal.
Yeah, that would be the start, certainly.
Or Mazda rotary engines.
That'd be noisy,
They're
wouldn't
just
it?
the craziest things, aren't they? Do you remember the Mazda that was at Le Mans? That
Yeah.
was like just off the scale for noise.
I think I heard that car at Goodwood or somewhere,
yeah.
and it was painful to hear. It was such a noise.
It's a painfully lovely noise,
Yeah,
though, don't you think?
Actually, I was at Santa Pod drag strip
I know
recently,
you're big into this, aren't you?
and they had one of their funny cars there, which is the sort of like the purpose-built drag racers that look a bit like a road car. They don't really, but they do it.
They've got a sort of silhouette body tucked over the top.
And they were saying when two of those things launch off the line for a competition drag race, it registers 1.5 on the Richter scale, like an earthquake.
Good gracious.
The amount of power in those, and you felt this noise. You didn't hear it. It was literally shaking your whole body.
Things like 3,500 horsepower?
It's something ridiculous, yeah.
And this is out of V8s, isn't it?
Quite often, yes. Yeah.
And I mean, they rebuild the engines after each run.
Oh yeah, completely. They'll strip everything down, and the fuel they're running is super sort of dangerous. It's mad. But I think drag racers are the maddest of the motorsports.
Very rich, because I was told that potentially just to rebuild those engines is thousands.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
So how many runs are they likely to do on a competition day, Alex, on a top fueler?
Well, they don't do many, I don't think. They probably only
Can't afford to.
No. They only do a handful of like qualifiers, and then that gets them into the final. And it's a bit similar to hill climbing in that sense. That
we're talking standing quarters under 3 seconds.
Oh, some of them are down there. Yeah.
That is just like mind blowing.
It is absolutely, and they're doing sort of. Certainly in America, they get like 300 odd miles an hour in that
over
quarter.
300 miles an hour in a standing quarter. That is done in probably, certainly well under 4 seconds potentially.
Yeah, it's just incredible engineering.
Yeah, it is, and I don't know how they hold them onto the ground, you know.
Oh, well, yeah.
That's always a challenge.
They completely. You see the size of the tyres; they're sort of
And the tyres, what would they be blown? What pressure would they run? Do you know?
It's quite soft, actually. I think you often see the slow motion, and you can see the whole tyre deforming, trying to sort of. As the wheel inside the tyre rotates quicker than the tyre can grip, and it's just
bonkers, isn't it?
It is, and that's why they don't last very long. Those cars.
Absolutely bonkers. Yeah. So. And now, shamefully, I've never been to see top fuelers at Santa Pod or anywhere like that.
Oh, it's definitely worth a trip one day.
It is. I would be there. Unfortunately, we're a bit busy on this malarkey, aren't we?
We do get dragged away a bit for
here,
for
there,
this.
and everywhere. So we've really got into this this hill climbing game. In fairness, I used to come years ago with my little lad, and then the family started growing up, so I was spending more time at home, and But then when I retired. Well, we started more or less the same time, because basically it was the last train from Clarksville had left the station, hadn't it? Really, and
That's
there was
right.
nobody about, so they were a bit El Desperado, weren't they?
Let anybody give it a go.
They thought, well, we'll try any idiot out and hope for the best.
Yeah, although I mean that's a bit unfair. You'd been floating around the paddocks for a little while before you got on the microphone.
I know. I was a photographer.
Yeah.
You see, that was what I was doing, and. Yeah, so I was a photographer like you, loved my photography, and then we were short at Loughton. In fact, Steve Wilkinson didn't fancy making the journey anymore from Southport, and Eddie Walder unfortunately had passed on. So suddenly there was no commentators. So they put an advert in the paper thing, didn't they? Do you remember?
Yeah.
How did you hear about it?
Well, the advert was then shared onto social media,
Right.
so I saw it on. I can't remember now. Facebook or something, probably.
Something like that, yeah.
And I thought, well, I'll give that a go. I like racing cars. I can talk about racing cars for a bit.
You can do that.
Yeah.
And you do have skills outside of this where you build E-types and things, don't you?
Yeah, so I work on classic cars and things during the week.
Yeah.
And I sort of get away with that most of the time, and then at the weekends I get away with talking about racing cars.
You had an open day last weekend, didn't you?
We did, yeah. So
how did that go?
Oh, it's very good. Yeah, I work with little company. I say little, there's sort of, I don't know, 10 of us there.
What was the name of the company?
The Splined Hub.
The Splined Hub, and you're based where?
Oundle-ish, which is in Northamptonshire.
Yes.
And just near Peterborough. And we restore classic Jags and that sort of thing, and a bit of Porsches.
Very high standard folks too.
Yeah, so that keeps me busy during the week.
And I know that from what we've had this discussion that although we've worked together a bit, this year we've done a lot more together, but you share a love of old film photography, don't you?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
You play in a band.
Yeah.
You love your hot rods and your top fuelers and all that.
Yeah.
Plus you come here and do commentary here, Shelsley, Walsh, Prescott, Loughton Park. You're getting like me. You're getting about, aren't you?
Yeah, that's it. It keeps busy. got to keep busy, haven't you?
Well, you have, absolutely. Fitting it all in is the challenge. When I retired, people say, well, what are you going to do when you retire? Trust me, I will be busy. I am definitely busier now than I ever have been.
That's it. You're out fishing most weeks, aren't you?
Yeah, I do volunteer at Prescott.
Oh, that's right. You help look after the ground.
I've got some fishing lakes I control and run.
Yeah.
And do the maintenance on.
Excellent.
And then occasionally I see my wife.
Yeah.
And occasionally I take my wife out.
Yeah.
She says, where are we going out?
Yeah, well, that's it. You
got to look
keep
after
her happy.
Definitely have.
So that's good.
But the thing is, she won't be watching.
No,
she won't be watching.
Well, she was busy having tea and cake in town, wasn't she?
She was having a lovely time in town earlier. I don't know whether my son-in-law Ben or daughter Helen will be watching. Probably not.
No,
they're not bothered with the old man.
I wouldn't have thought anybody I know is watching.
My lad lives in America. He won't be watching.
Yeah. Whereabouts in America is he then?
He's in Kentucky.
Oh, very good.
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah, no, very good. My brother is in Colorado, so there you go. They're.
We often have this discussion.
Yeah.
Now, Yellowstone. You know what a fan I am of Yellowstone.
Yes.
The American Cowboy series.
Yes.
And now I've only got to see 4 series so far. The 5th one apparently is on something like Paramount or some paying thingy.
Yeah, and you might not get that.
Well, I don't get it. I'd have to subscribe. I'd have to pay hard money up front. I already pay Netflix all this money.
Yeah, you can't.
Sky TV and all this.
Can't risk losing the Ponsford fortune now, can you?
Goodness me, I'm trying to leave it all to my small fortune. Yeah, that's a joke, isn't it? Eh?
It's very small.
Very small fortune.
Incredibly small fortune.
Indeed. So if you're watching, kids, don't worry. There's not much to come. And the worst of it is these days, people are living so long, aren't they, Alex?
Yes.
And of course,
that's right.
And you end up in some care home or something.
Yeah. Oh.
You know, all that malarkey. So, what can we say? This is a bit of a morbid subject we got onto, isn't it?
Yeah, we'll move on. I'll ask you, what's your favourite car so far today?
Ooh, well. There's a few beauties here today, isn't there, really? I have to say, I'm kind of with you on the McLaren one. I think that is actually a history car. And a quick story, that car competed at Shelsley Walsh with George, Dad, right, back in the day. And I was signed on photographer, and I was at Top S, where the old Marshalls post, which is beyond where they stand now. And it used to be a brilliant spot for taking shots. And I took a shot, and George's wife saw it in the program and wanted the shot to have it framed. And, and that shot is now hanging in David's office. Of Dad competing at Top S, bursting into the sunlight in that lovely old car. So, but David, you know, it's a very valuable car, but he drives it like he stole it, doesn't he?
Yeah, well, I was looking around it earlier, and the paintwork is all tatty because it's the original as it was made, and it's not pristine.
No.
And he uses it. It's not a show car.
No, it's not.
It's for using, and he sort of rebuilt it. It sort of got stripped down a bit, I think, when his father passed away. So he rebuilt it back to how it is now, and it's just great to see it out there. 7.6 litre engine. Yeah, that's quite mad. Really.
Can-Am engines were brutes of the highest order. All that power going through the rear wheels, through those old-fashioned slicks and old pattern tyres.
Yeah, I think they're patterns. I think back then it was before slicks. They're probably a good sort of foot wide, those tyres, aren't they?
They are massive.
Huge. You know.
Where would you get tyres for that big these days?
Can't be many people making those,
I don't suppose there can be many cars running tyres that big. Don't forget, when the era of the Cosworth DFVs, were running those massive rear tyres, weren't they?
Yeah.
And they were. In fact, if I was to ask you your favourite ever Formula One car, what would you come up with?
Well, actually, because I'm a little bit younger than you.
Yes.
My favourites are from the early 1990s.
Right.
So I like the Williams and that sort of thing from the early 90s.
Yeah, what, the Saudi Williams?
No, later than those even. So the more the Camel ones, like Nigel Mansell's blue, white and yellow sort of machines, that sort of period.
They were fantastic machines.
So you had Mansell and Prost and that sort of thing in those
the
ones.
turbo era?
Just after that. So the early V10s.
Right, the V10s. Yes, they were spectacular, weren't they?
Yeah, they're impressive cars.
Yes, I mean, I've got quite a few racing books. If I was to say my favourite ever saloon car racer would be Jerry Marshall's Baby Bertha.
Yeah, the Vauxhalls.
The Vauxhalls with the Holden V8 engine.
Yeah.
The Baby Bertha, I bought the book recently at Race Retro. Jim Johnson was there. He used to run dealer team Vauxhall.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And of course he built Baby Bertha. He built Big Bertha as well. But Big Bertha wasn't so successful. But Baby Bertha was a brilliant package that I think won 38 out of 41 races.
Yeah, that was the, I forget what, was that in the Modified Saloon Championship or it was something like that? Silhouette saloons?
They were silhouette saloons. It was basically a former 5,000 car with a silhouette body chucked over the top. If we're really honest, it still kind of looked like a Vauxhall.
Yeah, certainly towards the end, those modified, they were, like you say, single seaters with a fiberglass body over the top that doesn't really doesn't represent much more of the original car than just the shape, really. But they were impressive.
Yeah, and then if I was to give you my favourite all-time F1 car, you'd probably be surprised what I'd pick. Have a guess what you think I'd pick.
Well, I mean,
bear in mind I'm old.
You are a bit older than me, so
that's
I think
very polite.
Yeah. I don't know. Are you in the 1970s? Is it that sort of McLaren M23 or?
Well, I would pick, for the fact that it was so innovative and such a fantastically successful car with the Cosworth DFV, I'd go with the Lotus 49.
Oh yeah.
Because I particularly like not the big wing version.
No,
they were a bit like flaky, those wings, but the one basically with very little aero, but it had the front spoiler.
Yeah, and the bit of the ducktail at the back.
At the back. Cosworth DFV in the back. Old school.
Would you go for the ones like that were in the green and yellow, or in the red?
Well,
gold,
I would go for the
leaf.
gold leaf colours.
Yeah.
The green and yellow are great, but the gold leaf Lotus, as raced by Hill and Clark and Co., I just think were just the most. And Adrian Newey's got one.
Yeah.
He bought one. And for me, and he restored it, and it's absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, they are amazing, those things.
And he can drive it too.
Yeah. So I think, was it at Monaco when they came out with the gold leaf livery originally? and it had the little wings on it, and it's around there somewhere.
Yeah, they were just beautiful. In fact, Graham Hill won at Monaco 6 times, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
And I'm sure he would have won in a 49.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah,
I think probably several of them,
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think what year, because that would be, what, late 60s?
70s,
Is it into 70s?
70s,
Yeah.
But yes, that was a spectacularly beautiful car. But I think there was so much driver involvement because Joe Siffert was the last one to win as a privateer in a Lotus 49.
Yeah.
And so that would have been a year-old Lotus 49. But again, with that Cosworth DFV, it was such an amazing engine. A good driver in a decent chassis could still do really well.
Yeah. Well, I think that combination probably ran for several seasons, didn't it? With Lotus and then, like you say, a handful of privateers picked them up.
And I think they were the most successful engine ever, weren't they?
Still the most successful Formula One engine with 50 victories or something,
Incredible.
which is pretty good.
Incredible, yeah. Looks like we're going to be back in action fairly soon. We've got the medical staff driving back down through the farmhouse, going back down into position. We should be back in action fairly soon. So thank you to all marshals and medical staff dealing with the problem up the hill. And we're going to be racing again. So where are we, Alex? We're somewhere towards the end of second competitive runs, aren't we?
Yeah, so we've got a handful to finish off. A couple got waved off during that rave flag, so a couple to finish off from this batch, and then that'll be the last of batch 2, I think.
Right, so with a bit of luck, we'll do it all again.
Yeah, we should get through the second runs quite easily.
How are we doing for time now?
So it is 3:30.
3:30, so I'd say by the time we've done it all again, going to be 4:30, 4:45, I'd have thought, wouldn't you?
Yeah, so
how long has it taken us? So basically, we've had a delay. So
you've got to sort of work around the delay, because obviously, hopefully, we don't get another delay, and we can just run through everything quite quick.
Yeah, incidentally, well, it's interesting that the sun's still out, but the sun's dropping slowly, isn't it? So we'll get bigger shadows appearing down on the track, won't we?
Yeah, well, that's right. I wonder whether it got a bit hot, and that's why the times dropped off in that section. But it may now have cooled a little bit again. I wonder whether we'll find that perfect window of times.
Perfect window.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because for a while it was getting quite warm, wasn't it?
It was
unusual.
Yeah. Well, yeah. No, this is the best I've ever been here. It's been brilliant weather today, and tomorrow they say it could be even hotter.
Yeah. I think at least the same, if not slightly warmer, which is potentially good. You could get some interesting times, couldn't you?
Yeah.
If previous runs here have all been cold and wet, then a warm and dry day, you're bound to get some quick times.
We're loving a warm and dry day.
Oh, everything is better in the sunshine.
Absolutely. Well, yes, it was an early start, but I thought, well, we don't need to wear loads of clothes today, unlike some of the times we go out motorsporting early season. We've got that Evo 5 down there on the line, haven't we? Waiting car 758, the shared drive. Now, if I remember rightly, was it Dad or daughter joining?
Oh yes, is this the?
Is it the daughter?
I think we've had India go up already.
Yeah, India's. You reckon India? Yeah, but okay. So I think this Dad. Yeah.
Well, whichever way we say, we're going to be wrong.
Well, probably. Yeah, we're usually wrong, but we try to get it right.
But yeah, they were saying this car was freshly repainted. It did look good, didn't it?
Yes, it looked good.
It was nicely done.
Well, this is quite an old car, isn't it? The Evo 5.
I reckon this is
India Booth.
Yeah, I told you we'd get it wrong, whichever way we. Yeah, Evo 5, so what's that? Late 1990s, early 2000s somewhere.
Yeah.
Somebody will tell us the exact manufacture date, but...
Oh, they will be all over it. They'll probably tell us the serial numbers, everything.
Yeah, you've got to be careful with what you say, because there's people on the internet who know things.
The only problem is, we're talking worldwide here. We've got a couple of boys here talking away, and there's experts out there that know far more than us, of course.
Exactly. So
and we accept that. We accept that, folks, and we value your knowledge.
Yeah.
Sometimes it comes up on the screen. So actually become a member and support the coverage. By the way.
Yeah. Don't forget YouTube TV. Yeah.
Yes. Well, it's HillClimb.TV.
Whatever it is, that's the one.
HillClimb.TV on YouTube.
That's the one.
So you can like and subscribe. That's the first thing you've got to do. We're trying to get up to 20,000 or something this year.
That's right. Yeah.
And you can actually pay a very small monthly fee, so starting at something like 99 pence a month. I think then the next one is, well, last year it was called something like the 2 Second Club, which was something like $5.99 or something. And then it was something like £12. Look, 18,680 subscribers. Target is 20,000. So come on, folks, press that like and subscribe, please. So if you're on your phones up here on the hill and you're watching YouTube, like and subscribe.
Yeah, I mean, currently we've got 260 people watching worldwide. So it's great that it just... it gets us out there to everyone. So everyone who's currently watching, don't forget to like this broadcast, because that helps it push it through. YouTube will put it on people's front pages and that sort of thing. It helps spread the word.
Yes, that helps Rich to run the channel.
That's it. So it gets sort of the name out there, and then it helps the channel make a bit of money as well. So it's
now I had
double
a feeling
benefit.
that when we did the Midland round recently, didn't we have like 1,500 people, 2,000 people watching, or something crazy? I can't remember exactly what.
Rich said afterwards there was thousands of people watched it, and thousands went back and watched it again later.
Did they? Wow, it's a lovely thing. I mean, they got a bit of a recticel there by the look of it on the back of the truck. So, okay, so I think what we'll be doing, he'll be taking that up the hill,
replacing a piece of barrier,
a bit of recticel up the top there. And that's wonderful stuff, that recticel, that last year on some of the other hills, that saved a lot of people. Not just, cars still get damaged, don't they, hitting?
Yeah, but the cars don't matter so much.
It's the drivers, isn't it? Yeah, it's the drivers. It's all about driver safety. So if you were hitting that as opposed to barriers or tyre walls.
So they put that in front of the tyre wall, and so you're doubly safe, and it doesn't damage the circuit so much.
It absorbs it, doesn't it?
And it takes away some of the impact for the driver.
So is it foam, something like special foam, isn't it?
I don't know what's inside those ones, actually.
I know it's expensive.
Yeah.
One of those pieces like that is very expensive. But they're made by an ex-competitor up in somewhere like Lichfield in the Midlands.
Oh, okay.
And he come up with the idea, and I would say they transformed the safety element for drivers.
Brilliant. Yeah.
And that's got to be applauded massively, hasn't it?
Yeah, I used to work for a company that made the safety fuel tanks for motorsport, and that was a similar thing. An ex-competitor crashed his car, and as he was sliding along on the roof watching the sparks go everywhere, he decided, it would be good if I had some way of not catching fire. and so he started a company to make fuel tanks that wouldn't split in an accident.
Yeah. So non-sort of metallic fuel tanks.
They're made of like a rubber that's got sort of Kevlar and everything inside. So it's, in an accident, it doesn't split. It absorbs the impact.
Brilliant.
And that's what's now in Formula One cars and everything.
Really? Because when you think back to the 60s and 70s, they were pretty scary things, weren't they?
Exactly. So too many fires and that sort of thing.
Hay bales, for goodness sake, straw bales.
Exactly.
Oh, what could go wrong there?
So it's quite often a competitor or a team owner or something will get tired of the accidents and think, all right, how can we solve this? And like you say, that's where some of these barriers and things come from, is people just not wanting to suffer.
I think probably the person that would have made one of the biggest differences to the sport back in the day was probably Jackie Stewart.
Yeah,
he led that drivers' revolt, because there was Balestri was the Frenchman, wasn't he?
That's right.
Balestri, who was a bit of a one, really, and of course they had to race. You know, they weren't even stopping races when drivers had hit straw bales were burning up and all that awful stuff, and drivers jumping out to rescue other drivers.
That's right.
Unbelievable braveness. Sadly, not a lot didn't make it, But
no, that's right.
It has changed massively since. I mean, the biggest shunt I think I've seen since then was Romain Grosjean, when he had that first lap shunt, and he caught fire and everything in between or underneath the barriers, and the car was basically sliced in two, wasn't it?
Yeah, and they had the halo on that car, and they say that's what protected him from the barrier, because the barrier was sort of head height, and it would have been. Wow. If you remember, Jules Bianchi was that driver who died a few years previous.
Yes.
And his death was one of those why they brought in that halo, because it was protecting the head.
Which is what you've got in IndyCar racing
and everything now is
yeah, that's right. So driver safety and general safety has improved massively, hasn't it, even since sort of Senna.
We've got visitors.
We got
Chris.
visitors.
Look at that.
I say what? Oh my days, I'll tell you what.
No, hang on, one of these chaps will tell us, was that a personal best run that you did earlier?
Was that a class record, Adam?
It was.
Well done to you. Well done. Fantastic to see. So we've just had a visit from Adam Riley and father-in-law come to say hello, and they brought us goodies. Always very welcome, I can tell you. Thank you, guys. And
other drivers take note.
Class record, Adam. Brilliant. Okay, well, that's marvellous, isn't it?
Yeah, so the reason we didn't know was because the timing screen dropped out just as he finished his run, so we thought it was a class record, and it was, and to celebrate, he's brought us flapjacks. Well, there you go.
My goodness me. Now, we mustn't be unprofessional and do what one of our fellow commentators did once and wasn't eating in the box. And it was a mouthful of whatever.
Yeah,
actually, I know what it was. I won't go into that.
No, you don't want to hear us chomping away over the microphone. So we'll look at those.
But listen, you can hear the rustle of the bag, folks. Okay, but we might do some serious munching later on, I reckon, don't you?
I think that's
if one of us goes off mic, then you might have a cheeky munch.
Yeah. Well, if one of the other drivers wants to bring us down a cup of tea each,
well, that's true. Well, we haven't had a chance to. I don't want to slip away because I can't leave you on your own. Well, I feel unsporting while we've got no action.
No, I think that it's not long before we'll get going again.
India, we think it's India, don't we?
Yeah, apparently India is next up in that Mitsubishi.
Yeah.
Nobody's actually been on the comments to tell me what year that was made in. So if
what we were talking about, the
Mitsubishi Evo 5, isn't it? If I said now confidently that was made in 1998, somebody will come on and either say you're horribly wrong,
rubbish,
or that's spot on. They'll tell me one way or the other.
That'd be good, because Stephen Moore's in the paddock, of course.
He's got an Evo as well.
6. He's got 3 of them. So Stephen would definitely, he knows everything about Evos, that man.
Yeah.
He's very incredibly knowledge, actually.
Yeah.
The incredible knowledge Stephen, that is.
And they are great things, those Evos. And I don't know, what did they go through? Evo 8s, I know there was Evo 8s.
Evo 10s and 11s.
10s, that's right, yeah.
I think definitely was 10s. And I didn't like the later ones. I thought they bulked up.
They didn't look quite as good. They sort of smoothed out the design of it, and it didn't have that sort of...
Much bigger, wasn't it?
Yeah, it didn't have that sort of energy that the early cars have, that sort of rally car, because they sort of went a bit
I think these Evo 5s and 6s were pretty... now there was...
they're handing out water there from that car, so I think they're restocking the marshals ahead of run.
Oh, well, that's a good thing. Now, who was the Italian driver, the rally driver? Gazzi or something? Gali. Gigi Gali.
Right.
Gigi Gali used to drive Evos like the wind.
Yeah.
But his was a later model, but beautiful looking, with a lovely spoiler on the tail. Gigi Gali, if anyone's looking in, tell us what he drove. I think it would be...
you know what? I got something right.
Oh, you got a comment?
Beaksy says 1998 to 99 for the Evo 5, which is what I said, 98.
Well, I'll tell you. I know you know stuff.
You know, that was a good guess. I mean, that was a good... we know stuff.
Alex, well done to you, old chap.
So I remember watching those. It was Tommy Mäkinen.
Oh, Mäkinen. He had the Mäkinen special.
In those Evos, racing against Colin McRae.
Yes.
And Carlos Sainz.
Didn't he win 3 times?
He won the championship, but those Evos were Group N rules,
right?
Which is a homologation road-going version.
Yeah.
Up against the WRC, which were like the proper. So he was driving technically a lesser car, and he still was winning the championship.
Yes.
And then when they switched the Evos to being WRC rules, they were never as quick.
Oh, interesting. That is interesting, because Tommy Mäkinen was an immensely successful driver who went on to become very successful as a team boss, didn't he?
Oh.
Yeah, I believe so. And Yes, but if you now owned a Mackinnon Evo, I'm not on about one of his own.
One of the special editions.
Special editions in red. They're worth a blooming fortune now.
There was also the Colin Burns Subaru special edition, wasn't there?
Yes.
Because Colin, again, he very sadly he passed away quite young, but he was world champion in the Subaru.
Not Colin Burns.
No, Richard Burns. Sorry. Yes, no.
Burns.
Colin McRae I was thinking of there. Yeah.
Yes.
Richard Burns. Yeah.
Richard Burns did drive the Evos. You're quite right. No, he won the World Championship in it.
Well, he drove the Subarus and he drove the Evos for a bit as well. But
did he win a World Championship in?
He won in a Subaru.
In a Subaru.
Yeah, and Pro Drive they did like a special edition, RB special edition or something.
Would that be like a 555 or something like that?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, around that sort of time.
Because there was a model called the 555, which was a limited edition special.
Yeah, similar.
Special edition, worth an absolute mint. Because actually most of them rotted away because if they hadn't been looked after, they weren't made of the best metal, were they? So that
I suspect
you wanted that serial number that said it was a 555, and they were lovely, they were great, and of course they were quite small, the early Subarus in practice, weren't they?
They're not. Well, we've got a couple here of that age, and they're not massive.
No, they're absolutely
One of them's much wider now than it was originally.
Yes, you've got that 450 horsepower.
That's right. But they're very impressive machines. Both those Subarus and the Mitsubishis.
That one we saw earlier, the Scooby here, that was incredibly quick, wasn't it?
Yeah, so that's that car 60, down waiting to go again.
Wasn't that?
So that's James Hudson. Yeah, he was very quick.
He was about a couple of seconds quicker, wasn't he, than anyone else?
Yeah, so it's only actually that Mitsubishi and that Evo in that Impreza in category 1D, so road-going production cars with four-wheel drive.
I think it's a great category, actually.
It's always exciting because it's mostly rally cars.
Yeah.
And they're always exciting.
Rally car type spec.
I always love it when the Skoda rally cars come out.
Oh, the Fabias.
Yeah. So
like Roger Moran.
Roger Moran's got one, and Einan Price. That's right. And they're always great to watch.
They are. And do you know what? At Race Retro this year, the Ponds got taken round the rally stage in an R5 by Will Nichols.
Oh, very good.
So big up Will Nichols from the Isle of Wight Island Car Centre, and he promised me last year, you see, but it got cancelled at the last minute. I was gutted.
Yeah.
I was gutted. And Will's a great rally driver, and he's got a nice collection of cars, but he said to me this year, so I wandered over in the afternoon, he says, "You're coming out then?" I said, "Wild horses won't keep me away."
Yeah.
So they managed to get the Ponds into the car, which is a challenge in itself.
Through the roll cage and everything.
Through the roll cage in the side there. When you get all the belts on, you're properly belted in,
Yes.
And then, of course, they found a helmet big enough for my little head, right? Rammed that over my head, and it had an intercom as well.
Oh, right.
And then just before our run, it started raining, and we were on slicks, right? So I thought, this is going to be interesting. And we left the line like a ballistic missile, right? And you come to some straw bales through a chicane. We barely slowed up through there. And then there's a hard right. And then Will's on the handbrake, on this handbrake, and he whips it round on the handbrake, puts the throttle down, four-wheel drive, blast it down. And then we went round that rally stage 3 times. And I loved every second of it. And so I didn't want to get out of the car, to be absolutely honest, but he said, "Come on, that's your lot." And
yes.
And so we got cars nearly here. In fact, we got cars getting ready to go.
Yeah.
Is that? Yeah. That's.
Oh no, it's Tony Booth. It says on the timing screen.
Not India this time.
Not India. I said we definitely got it wrong because I don't
know if we did. We weren't sure. That was the truth of it.
Yes.
Truth be told, we weren't sure.
But that means running back on the hill, so that's good. And Tony Booth in that Mitsubishi Evo, as we were saying. Again, a knowledgeable person on the chat has said that, the Subaru had an RB320, which was Richard Burns' special edition.
Brilliant.
So, you know, there we go.
Thank you for that.
But I think there were others, like you say, the 555 editions.
Richard Burns, what a terrific driver he was too, wasn't he?
That's right. And
so sadly taken early.
Yeah.
So anyway, look, here's this lovely Evo 5, freshly painted again this year. This is father and daughter are driving this car this weekend or today.
Yeah, so far daughter's been quickest, which is good.
Yes,
always fun. See the little inter-family battles. And there we go. Tony Booth going through. He's got to aim for India's time. She's got a 72.06. Tony through now with a 79.12, so doesn't manage to improve. As we then see James Hudson in this mad 450 horsepower Subaru Impreza coming through.
Wow, look at this, folks. This one, old school Subaru. Oh, the wobble of the whole body coming around Farmhouse. He blasted up the straight
that
there.
Is quick. That was
it is.
94 miles an hour.
94 miles an hour up that straight there. That's got so much power. When he put the power down, the whole car shook, didn't it?
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. And he's gone through there with a time of 61.71, which is identical to what he did earlier.
Well, that's consistent.
So consistent driving. Well done him.
Now we're into some of these little Westfields and Caterhams, but this is the Westfield. This one, the Philip Saxton, the wide-bodied Westfield. Engines, of course, are in the front, and this particular one runs a conventional car engine, probably I think a Vauxhall Red Top, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
As opposed to a bike engine, which some of them have got, and are blooming rapid, aren't they?
Yeah, and it's always great to see these little Caterhams, Westfields, and that sort of thing put in times which upset some of the people in their much bigger machinery, which is always impressive. So, John Bransfield's Caterham. He's going up towards the finish line, as we also see Henry Morehouse in that crazy yellow Honda-powered machine.
Well, look at this one, folks. This one, Henry Morehouse from Leeds. Honda engine, 1600cc, screaming revs, the brains out of that one. What a quick car that is. Henry's comfortably the quickest in the class. 84 miles an hour across the speed trap. Finishes with a time of, Henry Morehouse does a 60.71.
So a shade slower than earlier, but pretty close, as we see Chris Price in the Carcraft Cyclone. Now this is an unusual machine, mid-engined rear drive kit car. Not many of these made, and this was actually the prototype that the factory made. Going quite quick up there, 77 through the speed trap, rounding the final corner, looking a little bit twitchy on entrance on there, 70.68, so he improves on his earlier time. However, we have Richard Hudson, I think, although the timing beams haven't picked him up.
No, it hasn't.
That's a shame.
It is, but he was absolutely motoring, wasn't he?
Yeah.
So I'm just looking here now. So that was probably, yes, that was Richard Patterson in the Raw Striker RS 500.
Yeah, but the timing screens didn't grab him, unfortunately.
Yeah, got that red top engine, which was absolutely screaming. Vauxhall red top. They fitted into some of the Cavaliers back in the day, and they've become a very sought-after engine.
Yeah, they're one of those engines that can be really easily tuned and played with and get decent power from relatively lightweight lump. So yeah, they've become very popular for things like kit cars and racing cars. So
now we haven't registered a time there for Patterson.
No, unfortunately, either it'll pop up later or it didn't register him properly. But Josh Carr in the Polo GTI, he's coming out of Orchard now.
Yeah, these little Polo GTIs are an interesting little thing, really. Obviously smaller than the Golf, supposedly, but running a very potent little engines in them, little turbocharged engine as well. And you can see that is hustling up the straight there. Wow, 98 miles an hour up the straight. My goodness me, is that right? It was 90 miles an hour.
Yeah, 64.12 he does, almost as quick as David Taylor, who's in the Porsche. It's incredible. This Porsche Cayman is quick, but that little Polo GTI is 200 of a second slower.
Wow. Yeah.
So that Josh Carr in that Polo is super quick.
So actually, it was 64.12 for Josh Carr in the Polo, and David did a 64.08 in the Cayman R. So, and I know those are extremely potent cars.
Those Caymans are quick. So yeah, Josh Carr definitely punching above his weight in that tiny little Polo GTI. So well done him. That's an amazing run.
Lovely to see, isn't it? A little.
I always like seeing the underdog perform.
We're big fans, aren't we?
It's always entertaining, and that Porsche. I mean.
Do you know the hardest job we got this afternoon is we've got this,
yes,
all these lovely,
all the flapjacks.
These flapjacks, but we daren't eat them on commentary because once we get those in our mouths, people will probably say that's not a bad thing.
Well, maybe, yeah. If we go quiet for a while, you'll know we've snuck out the back of the booth to eat a handful of flapjack.
I had a substantial steak burger at lunchtime, so I'm not going to be eating for a while. That's
no, certainly don't need much.
No.
Right, Morgan Hamer in that OMS Hornet out now. Morgan, he's just a young chap, and they bought this car, I think, so he can sort of learn the craft, haven't they?
Well, actually, it's both sons.
Yes.
Will and so the two lads are both about 18 years old.
Yeah.
So they've got a 600cc motorbike engine in the back to play with. It's very small and very light, and actually they drive it very enthusiastic. And of course, it wasn't Will Kerr earlier was leading the 1100 class, wasn't he?
Yes, yeah. So doing quite well in this little machine, and I think they're probably lads to keep an eye on, because as they learn their craft in this, when they step up to bigger machinery, they'll have the skills.
So now we've got Ben Hamer, which is Dad, following in the OMS 28. This 1 litre BMW engine in the back, motorcycle engine, absolutely screams.
Sounds brilliant, this machine.
And of course, Will Kerr was quickest earlier, wasn't he, in this car?
For a little bit, yeah. Certainly, Will Hamer.
Will Hamer, yes.
So Morgan Hamer did a 58.81, so 2-second improvement for him, so that's really good. Bill Hamer's just gone through about the same, 52.71, so about the same as his earlier run.
There's confusion with these two, and I'll tell you why. Is that Will and Will and Ben,
yes,
right, they're brothers,
yes,
right, but last year one was called Kerr and one had a married name and one was called Hamer, but since then they've reverted back to Hamer, so actually that makes life a little easier.
But then we have Archie Kerr who's sharing Morgan Hamer,
correct,
so it's a family matter.
Kerr thing, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's all too confusing for us old boys, but there we go. Well, not that you're old.
No, so we haven't
got a stopped car.
Yeah, I don't know. Scott Rayson in that Empire Evo is sort of coasting along.
No, there's no red flag there, is
there? No, not yet, but there will be.
There will be for these down there.
Oh, there's a red flag down the bottom. Yeah, I don't know.
No, but that's because he's probably going so slow. He's got a problem.
Yeah, I don't know whether he's obviously still under his power, because he wouldn't be going uphill.
He's going up very slowly at the moment.
Yeah. So
yes, not quite sure the exact problem.
No, maybe again a drive issue or something, and he's
couldn't it?
He's decided to take it easy.
If you'd lost a drive shaft, could you still drive it, Alex?
I believe, well, probably,
but slowly.
Yeah, probably. But we've had some issues. A few cars have had sort of similar issues where they've been able to coast along but not have proper power. So I don't know what they've all been. We need a pit reporter who can go and find all this information for us.
Yes.
If anybody wants to be our pit reporter,
yes,
apply in writing to Ponsford Towers.
Well, don't even do that. just look, I'm going to commission you right now. If you want to be my pit reporter and Alex's pit reporter, you can go and find out stuff. Come down and have a chat with us.
Yeah, and
we'll even put you on the mic.
And we'll probably give you a bit of flapjack.
We can give you flapjack for your problems.
I think that's. Some of this flapjack's got chocolate on top.
Have you
seen that?
This looks up there. This is the reason Adam's so quick, because he's fueled on flapjacks.
That's right.
What's it say there?
Commentators'
bribes. We never said anything there, folks, did we?
That's fine.
Commentators' bribes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
Can't possibly say.
Quite seriously, if there is a young person floating around in the paddock that wants a job, not particularly, although they've got
have to be young at all.
They've got quicker legs, Chris. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, but
they could run around.
Yeah, but older people will get more gear, more
more
won't they?
maybe.
Do you know what I mean? They've got a lot of knowledge already.
If there's an enthusiastic person who wishes to be pit reporter, not just here but at any of the events, then we could certainly do with the help.
Well, always do with help, but. Interesting afternoon, isn't it? Well, so what we stop for now? Then?
Well, I suspect they're still waiting for that car to make its way off the top of the
Scott Racing.
They've got to do the hardest climb of this course is the last sort of two corners, really, isn't it?
Very true.
So the car, if it's not got proper drive, either gearbox or drive shaft or something.
Well, I haven't seen a recovery chuck go on.
No, maybe. The car's just left the line, so maybe the marshals were able to push it the final bit.
Oh, no, this looks like one of the Morgans to me.
Yeah, so Tom Morgan off the line in his Empire Evo. Quite distinctive car, this, in the colours, isn't it?
Well, this was new last year. It's built by Bill Chaplin down at Empire Cars down in deepest Somerset. And Bill, of course, was the builder of Zach Zamet's car last week that was at Shelsley Walsh.
Oh, right, okay,
runoff.
yeah.
And but the Empires are great little racing cars. As I say, nearly all of them run bike engines. I've not seen one without. And Bill's only like a one-man band, a bit like Ian Dayson at Force Cars, but and then OMS Steve Owens. So I mean, these little cars are built not by great big companies.
No, I don't think it could run anything bigger than a bike engine because there's not the space behind the driver, between the driver and that rear axle. I don't think for much more.
Right.
Because you couldn't get your standard engine and gearbox set up from like a Formula car from the circuits.
So that's a 53.39. So it was Tim Thompson was red flagged in his OMS 28.
Yeah.
As we get now, there you go. There's Richard Patterson having another run in the Raw Striker. So do you remember?
Yes, he had a trouble, didn't he?
He had a trouble or red flag or something. But either way, he's absolutely scorching up there now. He's going up through to the speed. He's gone to the finish line now. What's his time? What have we got for him?
61.52 for Richard Patterson in the Raw Striker. As we get Richard Weaver going past.
Oh, that's noisy little thing, isn't it?
Good sound from him. 92 through the speed trap on that. What engine's in Richard Weaver's
He's got
car?
a Suzuki 980 or something.
Yeah, okay.
So it's a smaller engine than you can have, but it's the later spec engine.
Yeah, so
it's about 900 odd cc's.
So
nearly a 1 litre basically.
Yeah, 56.79 his time up the hill there. It's a pretty good run. Tom Morgan will be next through.
Tom Morgan is actually got an incredibly quick engine in his this year. It's all been rebuilt. That's not Tom Morgan.
No,
Tom Morgan has already gone by us, hasn't he?
Well, the timing screen's lost Tom Morgan.
Got a Formula 4.
That's Richard Abbey.
Richard Abbey, right.
In that Janum Formula Ford.
Yes.
That's sort of mid-80s design.
It's not Morgan's time there. We haven't got one.
No, well, I don't remember even seeing him.
Oh, here you go. He got a 73.28. He had a problem at the top.
Maybe, yeah. He snuck past us.
He did. He perhaps didn't do so well at the top.
Yeah. Lindsay Summers next through with her Van Diemen.
Now this is the Van Diemen. I think it could be the one owned by Caroline Ryder, perhaps. She has.
Oh.
Or is it the Summers family one?
Now we're getting confusing, aren't we?
It's a Formula Ford anyway.
Yes, Formula Ford.
RF85. Paul Harris is also on his way to us now in his RF85 Van Diemen. So was that Paul Harris that went by us there, or was that?
Yeah, Paul Harris is just about to finish his.
Right. Okay.
Oh no, maybe not actually. Paul Harris is down.
Lindsay Summers.
Yeah, so the
67.21 for Lindsay Summers.
So Paul Harris is just coming through Orchard now. That's right. So we were a car ahead of ourselves.
Back in the game, yeah. All right. So this is the
Paul Harris in this blue Van Diemen, RF85. Easy to know what year these are made. 85 is the year it was manufactured.
Now Van Diemen, very, very popular racing car manufacturer, aren't they?
Yes, huge in the Formula Ford and then sort of little sports cars as well. They made some sports 2000s and that sort of thing.
Yes, they've made some beautiful little cars, to be fair. They made Van Diemens for Formula Ireland and things like that.
That's right, yeah. All sorts of
Now this must be Tim Thompson. Yes, this is the car he shares with Jonathan Flesher, and of course Tim has been on this hill forever. Used to run the hill basically. He's on the committee and all that stuff.
Ah, very good. So 57 dead for him.
57 dead.
John Flesher is quicker, however, in that car.
Yeah,
53. So good drive for him.
Yeah, he started out a couple of years ago, Jonathan, with his son actually, and. Jonathan is retired now. He's a retired dental technician from Harrogate, and
there you go.
He did very well at that game, and now he's doing very well at this, isn't he?
Yeah. Right, Kevin Dodd next through, Lotus Elise. This is one of the later body shelled. I don't know whether that's the Rover or Honda engine in that one. They had both.
Not sure.
The way you can tell is the shape of where the exhausts exit, but I can't now remember which one is which.
Oh, that's interesting, yeah.
The Rover, I think, has 2 central exhausts and the Honda has 2 side exhausts, or vice versa.
You're becoming a bit of a stato there.
Well, that's our friend Benoit told me this.
Benoit taught you that, didn't
he? I can't remember what he taught me.
Benoit's probably looking in.
Benoit's probably going to tell us.
He's our oracle. Come on, Benoit, tell us.
Yeah, so if he's somehow he's watching maybe online, he might be able to tell us how I tell the difference between Lotus Elises. Here's one of the old Series 1 Lotus Elises in the hands of Stephen Markham. And he got a good run at the start, but seems to have lost the pace a bit.
Now those earlier ones would definitely be K-Series, wouldn't they?
Yeah, so that's definitely. That's got the exhaust in the middle, so I think that's what the difference is.
Great little engine, actually, and can be made to go very quickly,
They can go exceptionally quick. David Leach in this black Lotus Elise, he's going quite quick already. And we'll see. Yeah, Stephen Markham's time was pretty slow in the end. I think he backed out towards the end, either for a problem or for something. I'm not sure.
Now we're going to get a look at David Leach in the Lotus Elise S1. This one's a well-campaigned car, isn't it? Still a pretty rapid little thing. How was he doing in the class earlier? He was leading the class earlier in a class of 2, wasn't he?
Yeah, that's right. So good run for him. He's put some good times in. 63.86. Well, consistency there. He did 63.83 earlier. So
yeah. Now the next one we're going to get a look at is Tim Elmer in this Alpine A110. So this is Alpine. This
Alpine,
is
Alpine, yes.
Alpine, I think.
Yeah.
1798, nearly 1800 turbocharged, mid-engined. And I tell you what, they pick up some pace, those, don't they?
Yeah, they're nice little things. I like them. So Tim Elmer's currently second in class with a 66.43. This run 65.42. So good improvement. Not as quick as Pete Vincent, who's in this Vauxhall VX220.
Well, this, of course, holds the class record at 62.15. That is extremely rapid.
Well, he's on for a good run. Can he get close to that now? 63.56, so a nice run.
Times are down perhaps a little, but it is getting towards the end of the day. Well, actually, well, we say end of the day, I think we've got a lot to come.
Yeah, still plenty to go through.
Here's Jonathan North, birthday boy today. Happy birthday, Jonathan, in his lovely little Mini Cooper.
Yeah, I do like this one. It looks brilliant.
68 through the speed trap. Old school Mini, that one, isn't it?
Yeah, really twitchy as he goes through some of those corners as he's fighting that sort of short wheelbase. 67.44 for him. Good run. Mark Teal in that very swift Suzuki Swift.
Absolute little screamer, isn't it?
Yeah.
Cab engine, lightweight body, all lightened out. In fairness, I know Jonathan said he'd have a bit of a game to beat that one because it's a proper thing.
He pulled it out right at the end, 65 dead, ever so slightly quicker than his earlier time. Well done there. Kevin Gruce is next through with that Mazda MX-5. I think this is the highly modified Mazda. It's going to be wrapped in yellow, I believe, before long, but currently it's painted black just so that it didn't look awful. So, you know, it's a bit tatty underneath because a lot of it's been replaced with fiberglass panels and all sorts. So, super lightweight.
It's done a bit of work.
Yeah.
Well, it's had a bit of work, put it that way. So the Mazdas, well, they're cheap as chips really to buy, and probably something like that you could buy that for a couple of grand back in. Well,
even now I think you could probably pick up a decent one for a few thousand, have a bit of fun with it. It's
cheap motorsport.
Yeah, James Partridge next through in that Peugeot 106 GTI. He crosses the line with a 67.34 as we see Derek Jones in that glorious Ford Escort.
What's not to like about this, folks? Big wing Mark 1 Escort in white, like a Mini-Lite style wheel. Cosworth engine in the front of that. So they never came with Cosworth engines back in the day, but they came with, some of them came with BDAs, and they were winning the RSC rally.
Well, they were one of those really successful cars because they won in rallying and circuit racing and modified saloon, silhouette racing, and all over. The Escort, pretty much whatever it entered into, the Escort was good at.
Immensely successful. I watched stuff recently from Crystal Palace race circuit back in the day, saloon car racing, when they were just throwing those Escorts around with abandon.
Yeah, they were very quick and successful in the Saloon Car Championship as it was back then.
So I think this is young Morgan Jenkins. I think this is Sandra Tomlin's son-in-law, who's married to Amy Tom, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, I've not seen him in this car before, but it's a beautifully turned out example, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. So Renault Clio 182 trophy. And
so that was more of the racing version, wasn't it, really?
It's one of those hot hatch versions that they do to link in with like the race series that they have and that sort of thing, it's sort of it's a pretty nifty little bit of kit. I think they were at this time Renault was quite keen on making good hot hatches, so a lot of these Clios were pretty well engineered.
I think they did a brilliant job with this car. The 172 and 182s, small and light, 2-litre engines, fuel injected, brilliant chassis, fabulous handling. And what's not to like about that?
Yeah, so 71.2 for Morgan Jenkins. Good run for him. He improves on his time slightly as we then move to that orange Escort of Adam Warren. And again, that classic rally style look, really, isn't it? It looks a bit like a Mexico or RS, what have they?
RS 2000. Yeah, the RS 2000s, they were the later ones with the troop suits, but
that's right.
That one having a Cosworth engine. Here's that Porsche Cup car, wasn't it?
That's right. Yeah, Peter Chalish in the 997 Cup. This is a fully race prepped machine. This isn't just a road car that's had a bit of work done to it. That's a bona fide race car, that. And Peter Chalish still learning how to drive it on hills, I think.
Very tight, these hills, for something like that wants a nice long-legged thing. But look at it, this is the Aston Martin. Now this is the built by ProDrive Rally Aston Martin, so what a piece of kit, with famous history drivers too. So 4.3 V8 engine in it.
Yeah, this was used in the Race of Champions, so it had proper sort of superstar names got in this and had a go.
Including your mate, Mr. Cool.
Oh yeah, he had a go. Now look at that, Peter House has done 68 second dead, which is the same as his 68 second dead that he did earlier.
That's great driving.
Super consistent.
Now look, here's our farmer, Stephen Moore from Salisbury.
So Evo 6, I'm going to say if the Evo 5 was 1998, this was probably about 2000. So, we're experts now on Evos.
Well, I don't know, but Stephen Moore's certainly an expert. He's gone across the line there. Big blurt of exhaust flame came out of it at the finish. There's something popping and banging here. What is that one?
It's the Subaru Impreza of Stephen Darley. This is a huge monster of a machine. You can hear the whine from whatever turbo,
massive
whatever
turbo.
He's got going on in there.
AET turbo.
Right.
They sponsor this car and this series, I think.
Yes,
That's a beautifully constructed car. What's his time going to be?
60.57 he did, so a good run there.
61.66 for Stephen Moore.
Yeah, so I think Stephen Darley's probably well in the lead of
seat there, isn't he?
3C Class 3C.
Don't forget, that is the car that Damien Bradley will drive this year as well, because the Legacy has gone to the States to do Pikes Peak.
Okay.
So Stephen will be sharing that car with Damien, and so it's a very, very potent machine.
Yeah. So
is this Matthew Price?
We've just had James Edmondson go through in the Mark II Escort. Matthew Price's Radical SR3 screaming past us.
Super quick driver, Matthew. right leading the class, isn't he?
Yeah, and this car is a quick machine, 56.27 for Matthew, so I think he's unlikely to be beaten in this class.
Is that quicker than his earlier run?
I'm not sure. I can't off the top of my head remember his earlier run.
No,
so.
but I know he's been setting PBs all day.
Yeah.
This is the Bickley Motorsport.
Yeah, that's right. David Bickley's. This is the SR1. You can see how much smaller it is physically than the SR3 of Matthew Price. It's less power as well. Still quick through the speed trap, very similar through there, but a time of 62. So it's about 6 seconds slower from Matthew Price and Bickley.
There's Josh Prickett.
John Prickett.
John
yes.
Prickett, and this car was only fractionally slower than Matthew Price earlier, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So it really,
yeah, very close.
He surprised us, didn't he?
So Matthew Price is on a 56.23. John Pickett currently 56.37. If he can just knock a few tenths off, he could climb to the top of
96 through the speed track.
Quick, very quick. This is looking like a good run. Whether he's able to improve enough.
56.55.
So
against 56.27 for Matthew Price.
Yeah, so not quite quick enough.
Still quick.
Yeah.
Now Paul Jones driving the Force. Darren Gumbly is sharing with Darren this year. I think Darren owns the car.
So Paul Jones had that problem earlier and didn't get a run. He's got past us, so he should at least get to the end this time.
He's going very well, actually.
He is,
That's that methanol running Hayabusa in that one, so it's a quick combo.
So Darren did 56.25 earlier. Paul Jones has done a 59.98. So not a bad run, but he's a step behind because he didn't get that full run earlier.
Now, let's see who's going down there. Sean Gould, the fastest man of the day so far, is just heading down the start road. So Sean, we'll keep an eye out for him. He was in the 49s, 49.13 earlier.
Yeah.
So he's comfortably the quickest.
Bernard Kevill currently on track in his OMS.
Yeah.
He's another quick guy. We'll see how he does second time run for him.
Here comes Bernie sharing with Simon Andrews this OMS with a 2.8 V8 in the back of it, Terry Davis engine, quick, lovely looking thing that actually, and built by Steve Owen, of course, in York, and Steve's here today.
Yeah,
OMS cars.
Very good. So 57.44 for Bernard Kevill. That's pretty good.
Now here comes Sandra Tomlin in that beautiful Pilbeam. Sandra from Usk down in Monmouthshire, and look at this, folks. You won't see much better looking cars in the single seaters here today. Look at that, gleaming in the sunshine, that blue paintwork with the silver stripes. Does look good.
Yeah, it does look good. Yeah.
So Sandra's going to finish with a time of 59.38, 57.44 for Bernie Kevill.
Yeah, Nicola Mengi's currently on course.
Ladies Hill record holder.
Very good. Just heading through the farmhouse section. That long left-hander. You really have to hold the power off, don't you, on that? So
she can really drive that car.
Yeah,
too,
that was quick
fair.
there.
98.
Yeah, very good.
Lovely to see Nicola out, actually. Obviously, Wallace Minger's wife. And yeah, she's a very accomplished sportswoman as well, as are the rest of the family.
Okay, very good. So
the sons are Scottish, like Olympic skiers. Or
blimey.
Really good.
Yeah. So 56.46 for Nicola.
Oh, now this is Sean Gould. Here he is, the fastest man of the day so far in the Gould. Wow, you can see that's on a mission, isn't it? My goodness, 114, heading up towards the finish now. What time's Sean going to do? Sean does a 50.40, a little bit slower, but still slower, nipping along, isn't it?
Although that would drop him down to 5th place if it was his only run. So that's how tight it is at the top.
Wow, yeah. Well, tomorrow, folks, we're going to do all this again. But of course, they will be contending for the British Hill Climb Championship tomorrow. Here's Archie Kerr
in the Hornet.
Little Hornet.
Yeah.
Buzzing up the hill.
It is a bit like that, isn't it? But yeah, good little battle between those guys in that little OMS Hornet. And yeah, I think I'd tip those guys to be ones to watch in the future.
Yeah, definitely,
Yeah.
definitely. Now this is one to watch. Now this is Will Hamer.
Yeah, he sort of got a little bit out of shape on the exit of the corner there, but gathered it together all right.
Again, he's got a
kept
little
on going.
OMS, and he put a 1-litre BMW engine in it as opposed to the 750 turbocharged unit he had last year that had loads of problems with. 52.48. Where's that put him?
Well, he's still at the top. He was at the top. He still is.
Still at the top.
It's a bit slower, it seems.
I think the track's slowing.
I think it might be because everybody seems to be struggling to improve. So either they've made changes ahead of tomorrow, or
Love God.
there he
Doogie
goes.
Kant. There he goes. Love Island superstar. Hey, Doogie.
Yeah,
Girls,
we'll see.
You want to see the hunk that is Doogie Kant? Go and see him.
He's
in
currently
the paddock.
Currently down in 12th.
He's got the white teeth. He's
Yeah,
got
you
the
can't miss
hair.
him.
You can't miss him,
No.
can you?
No, very good. So we're in with Christopher Fraser's little Jedi. Beautiful little turned out machine this. I always like seeing the Jedis. They're great fun little machines. Again, not that expensive. If you want to get into single seaters, a little Jedi will suit you right down to the ground. Maybe not ours.
No, but they are pretty, aren't they?
They're
And
great
they are
little things, yeah.
Beautiful little racers, aren't they? And he's
Yeah.
done a terrific job, hasn't he, rebuilding this car. Robert Clark, here comes Robert Clark from Shropshire. He's a head gardener on a great big estate.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Very nice.
He knows a bit about gardening, he does.
Well, he might be able to tell us what crops they are then.
Well, he probably could actually, yes.
Yeah, he does a 55.52, which is an improvement. He's currently 7th. So
I'll find out
nice.
tomorrow, Alex, and I'll put it over the live.
Yes, do, yeah.
All
yeah.
right. Okay, I'll collar Stephen Moore and see what it is. Now, this is one of the racings, isn't it? This is Emma.
Yes.
From the Channel Islands. Emma racing in the little Empire 00. Very quick little car, a little motorbike engine in the 1100 class. And she's here with her husband Scott this weekend.
Yeah, and just gone 7th there with a 55.19, so well done, Emma.
Stuart Bickley, here comes Stuart Bickley in the fluorescent force. What a force he is too. And I'm telling you now, he is super quick this year. Can't miss it, can you?
Yeah, I think he's going to shoot up the order.
100 mile an hour through the speed trap, 51.95.
Yeah.
Where's that put him?
Put him second, just behind Will Hamer.
Just that Hamer, that was a great run.
Yeah,
wasn't it?
Will can't be knocked off, it seems. Everybody's trying, but he just got everything right. Yeah.
He's absolutely on the bunny, wasn't he? And the sun's come out again, Alex. Who we got here?
Right, so we got Jonathan Flesher coming through.
Jonathan Flesher, yes, our retired dental technician.
So yeah, he's heading up, looking quite quick on this run. Let's see if he can improve. 52.79 improves his time, not his position though.
Third position.
Yeah.
Stephen Morgan, this is Tom Morgan's dad we're looking for next. Here he comes now, this beautifully constructed little Empire. I love the colour scheme on that too, it's great, isn't it?
Yeah, you can't miss it. That sort of turquoise and pink, I don't know. It's
and they got a very rapid engine in this car this year.
Yeah, 53.86 for Stephen. Not a bad run, doesn't change his place. Tom Weaver coming through next. He's currently third.
Slide.
Yeah.
Big slide for
pushing.
Tom. He's pushing hard. Tom Weaver from Ludlow, look at him now. One of our absolute young guns, young chargers. Absolutely on a mission. What can he do?
He does 95 through the speed trap. Can he improve his time? 52.21 was earlier, 52.15. So he goes quicker, but not enough to get to the top.
He's third.
Stuart Bickley. Stuart and Tom have had quite a tight battle this year, haven't they? So
have,
it's
but
that's been entertaining.
But Will Hamer has put a marker out there because,
Yeah.
you know, those young guns are super, super quick. And he's absolutely on a mission, isn't he? So,
Yeah,
so
Will has put them in their place a little bit.
Well, look at this. We're into the Formula Fords now, aren't we?
Yes, so we've got Andrew Abbey coming through. He's the first of the Formula Fords, and he improves up to 5th place in class as we wait for Sarah Bosworth. She's just coming round.
Who's leading the way at the moment?
Jimmy Harris is currently at the top. Sarah's currently third. Second part of this run's looking quite quick for Sarah, so we'll see whether she can just push a little bit quicker. She can get down into those 61s, not quite 64.15. Now she's lost out a bit of time at the end there.
Now,
That's
Jimmy
a shame.
Harris is leading the way, but he's on a mission. He's in purple sectors, which means he's up anyway, so he could go even quicker again.
Yeah, can he get faster? 61.61 was his time earlier.
He's had some serious go-go juice this weekend,
Yeah.
hasn't he? So he's going to finish now. Jimmy Harris does a 61.34.
That's
Takes him
very
quicker.
quick. Yeah, but Rob Spedding.
Stopped.
Oh, there's a marker on the ground.
He's hit a flappy paddle thing.
Well, I think that was actually Jimmy Harris must have knocked that down before.
Oh, so Jimmy might get a penalty for that.
I've been told they don't do penalties
Do you know
here.
what? I think you're right. I think you're right because places like Loton, if they hit one of those markers, they get a 1 second penalty, don't they?
I believe here they don't.
They don't. I think you could be right.
I think Rob, because he's being waved back round to the start. I think
he get another
he's
go,
been
wouldn't he?
flagged. Yeah, he's no, he's not taking it though.
Is he not? Oh, okay.
So maybe he's got an issue with the car, and it's actually coincidental. That's a shame if that's the
There's
case.
a replay. Here we go.
So let's see who hits what.
It must be Jimmy Harris, wasn't it?
Well, it's a replay of
We
nothing.
thought it was. Well, yeah, this
Wrong
is
replay,
exciting.
Rich.
We got a lovely.
It does show how.
marker.
Oh, there we
He
go.
goes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was Jimmy, wasn't it?
Yeah, so he knocked that out and left that on the track, but then
he hit that in a beautiful way, didn't he?
he did. It was a good run.
Yeah. But anyway, well, that's fair enough. So if he doesn't lose time, so he was quicker even after hitting this marker than the previous time.
But he beat his own time, so even if he lost that, it wouldn't matter to him.
Incredible.
But Rob Spedding, it's a shame if he has an issue, because he's sort of declined the wave around and headed back to the paddock, which is a great shame.
We know
him.
Nothing. We don't know.
No, that's true.
Now, this is not a Formula Ford.
No.
It could be Darren Gumbley.
Right, let us see.
Or it could be... Hang on, I can't see. He's looking at the car. He's waving his hands around and lots of waving.
I think that's... Could it be Paul Jones?
Paul, I thought Paul had been up earlier. He usually drives it first.
Yeah, well, I think that's Paul Jones
Do
in
you?
837.
Do you?
Because I can make out the 37 on the rear wing.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I can't remember if Paul... I thought Paul had been up earlier.
Well,
as you said,
anyway, we know nothing.
He might tell us now.
Well, there he goes. It's Darren Gumbley.
It's Darren Gumbley.
137.
It was Darren Gumbley.
Yeah, there you go.
You should have the faith.
Yes, very sorry. Yeah.
There you go. Darren Gumbley. He's got a joinery business in the Team Valley. Been competing for a few years. A young-looking chap, though, is young Darren. And this is his own car. And this is one of those lovely little forces with a little Hayabusa that runs on methanol. And he's in purple sector, so he's going very nicely indeed, thank you.
Yeah, doing a very good run. He knocks down a curb, corner marker, but it goes back up again. And yeah, let's see what he can do. Speed through the trap there is 104. Nice run for Darren. He'll cross the line.
91.
Yeah, very good time, and he improves on his earlier 56.
Now, there's only the two of them, of course, in the class.
Yes, that's right.
Sure. So they both had their 2 runs so far. And and now we've got Ian Tucker from Cornwall, sunny Cornwall. He's come all the way up from sunny Cornwall, and he's driving his OMS 28. This is another Steve Owen car, and this one runs a very similar engine to Darren Gumbley's, but it's not running on methanol. You'll see the methanol sticker is a bright orange sticker on the rear wing, and so that denotes methanol. So he's running on normal fuel, and what sort of time he done? He's
61.52.
61.52.
So he's currently 4th in class, as we've got Gavin McLaren in that nice old Pilbeam.
The V6 Rover engine, 2-litre job. Unusual, isn't it?
It's an unusual choice of engine, and in an older chassis, so he's not giving himself the easiest job.
Sounds magnificent.
But it looks and sounds excellent.
Wow, yeah, fabulous. That's new to him this year.
Yeah.
He was running a a little bike engine car last year.
So 77 miles an hour.
An OMS 2000 last year.
62.59, so almost identical time as his earlier run, so very close.
I'll tell you what, Rob Spedding wasn't hanging about then. We just looked at him on the live stream there. He was sliding away down there. Rob's going to come into our view very, very shortly.
Yeah, I'm pleased Rob's managed to get out again. He got waved off, if you remember, and then he's found his way back to the start, which is good.
Here he comes round Farmhouse now. He's very
taking a lot of the inside of that curb.
Like a little silver Mercedes, isn't it? Doesn't that look great? Absolutely stripped out little
he's going well.
Ford.
Second in class currently. He needs to get up into the 61.34 bracket to meet Jimmy Harris. 61.56. He improved, but not quite enough to
second
in class. That's a good run.
Andy Bugard from the Channel Islands. He's made the long trek over it again. He's racing his little Force with a higher booster in the back. An interesting brake configuration on the back. He's got a single inboard disc in the middle.
That's well.
I've not seen that before.
He obviously realises that the rear axle braking doesn't need to be as much as the front, so he's gone for lightweight single brake rather than
unusual.
Yeah,
yeah. It seems to work pretty effectively. And Andy, of course, a quick competitor, and I like seeing competitors from the Channel Islands. They've made a lot of effort to be here.
They have. I mean, this is almost as far away from them as you can get in the hill climb world.
Yes, except going to Doon.
Doon, I suppose, yeah.
Doon, of course, is in Scotland, and a few hours on from here, isn't it?
Well, I've never managed to get that far.
Not me.
No.
Not me. I think I need a private jet or helicopter or something.
We'd have to make base camp around here and push on for the summit another time, wouldn't we?
Well, it would probably take us a week to get there.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
In fact, Gary Warren, who lives up near Aberdeen, he's here competing tomorrow in his little empire. And he's here with his partner Susan Melvin. And,
having a nice day off
today. Good afternoon to them.
Yeah.
They're watching the racing and chilling today and catching some rays. And they couldn't get an entry for today. But Gary comes from near Aberdeen, and he did say that when they went to Wiscombe, they set off a week before.
Yeah, well, I think that's sensible. It's a long old drive for anybody.
They had a bit of a chilled drive down, a bit of a break here, there and everywhere. Probably towing the car with the motorhome, weren't they? So.
Oh yes, exactly.
So it's not all bad, is it?
If you've got the time to spread it out, then that's sensible.
Susan was telling me there's a place they stop. There's like a truck stop where you get the best cooked breakfast in the world.
See, what I got from that story was that she probably knows all the cooked breakfasts all over, and she knows where to stop.
Yeah, but you know what's so amazing about it? She's very slim as young Susan. So how's she managed to eat all those lovely cooked breakfasts and stay so slim?
Well,
and Gary is as well.
That's the trick, isn't it? That's what we've never learned.
We've never learned that one, have we? No.
Not
but I did abstain from the cooked breakfast.
Yeah, no, I've not had a cooked breakfast in a while, but still, maybe I'm putting on their weight or something.
We had one of Robert Med's good lady wife. The butterfly cakes were this morning's tucker, weren't they?
That was good.
We had, you had the hot dog and I had the steak burger type thing.
That was good.
And then, of course, we've got these rather interesting flapjacks.
Yeah, they keep looking at me.
They look at us, but they're going to have to get consumed later on.
They'll have to wait, because now we've got Jonathan Varley to talk about.
Have we?
Yes.
Have we? What, is he here?
He's on the track.
He's on the track.
Yeah,
Jonathan,
just set off.
Midlands champion.
And I think he's got one of the best looking cars on the grid, hasn't he?
Well, you know about that car, don't you?
It's beautiful.
You know who built it? Graham Wondren.
Yeah.
And it's the old car called the Predator. It had the Arrows V10 engine in it. What a piece of kit that was. But now got a Terry Davis 2-litre V8 in the back of it. He drives it like the wind. Doesn't that look stunning, folks? Coming round Farmhouse Bend.
It is an amazing looking car, and Jonathan is always really pushing, and 106 through the speed trap. He'll go over the line any second now, and 52.44. Nice run for Jonathan Varley.
Now, we had Paul Crook did not start, retired in the OMS.
Yeah, so
that's a shame. But we do have
Simon Andrews currently coming into view.
Yeah, here comes young Simon in the OMS. Well, shares it with Bernie Cavill. Who's going to get the bragging rights today between those 200 miles an hour through the speed trap, heading off up towards the finish?
Yeah, so crosses the line with a 58.10. And now you mention Paul Crute, we haven't seen him at all, have we, today?
No,
but I know he's in the pits.
He's there.
So he's in the paddock, so that obviously he's had something wrong with the car, and
That's not good news, is it?
had to pull out of today's running. Hopefully he gets it sorted for tomorrow. Harry Pick, though, OMS coming through. And
screaming V8 in the back, isn't it?
Yeah, 105 through the speed trap, so he was going some.
That's a late spec car, new to him last year. He seemed to go a bit sideways over the line. He just got pretty sideways going that last corner.
Yeah, it does a 55.54.
Got it round.
So pretty good run, actually.
Got it round, yeah.
Yeah, so he goes quicker than Simon Andrews.
So, what do we got? Does that look like Sandra's Pilbeam down there?
It
looks
does.
Like Oliver.
Yeah,
It
I
looks
think
like Oliver,
it will
doesn't
be,
it?
yeah.
And is that Jack Cottrell?
And then Jack Cottrell behind, waiting to go. And then is it Wallace next?
I
can't quite.
Did you see him go down?
I think so.
Did you? I didn't see him. We got the. Hang on, where's all these?
Well,
hang on, are the others not bothering?
Oh, maybe.
Well, I'm wondering if they're keeping their power. Well, Matthew had a problem.
Matt had a problem, so maybe he won't run again today. Maybe he'll focus on getting the car.
I can see a single-seater, but we thought that was Jack Cottrell, didn't we?
Well, Jack's definitely down there.
And
very, very slow Pilbeam.
Oliver.
Why is he
he's cruising, isn't he?
Although we've not got any timings for him either, so
no.
Some problem.
Yeah. Well, we know Jack Cottrell's waiting to go, but Oliver's just like cruising very slowly.
Yeah, I wonder whether he chose to cruise slowly because the timing's not even running. So it's like he's not even.
Would they have let him?
Not even done a run.
No. Well, I think you're probably right, but he didn't cut through to have another go, did he?
No, I think
he's certainly going very steadily.
Yeah, I think he's decided not to do this run. That's a shame if he has an issue. We've had quite a few little issues, haven't we?
Now these ones here, these are the ones from the start of the thing, or are these at the finish?
So we're getting all the classics from the end of the run. So this is all the minis and mini derivatives.
Okay. And the TVR and the Tadec and all that.
That's
stuff.
the ones, yeah.
Them and all that sort of.
Yeah.
So we're still coming to the end of second competitive run. So it's been quite a slow afternoon, hasn't it?
We've had a few stops and a few problems.
What's your time check? What are we getting?
It is 4:30.
Yeah, that'd be pushing it, because I think if they were to try and run through again, you'd be looking at
couple of
6:30,
hours, isn't it? Yeah.
I think, because of the delays, it's possible we may not. Being a Saturday, they'll have had. Was it 3 practice runs this morning and 2 competitive? So they would have had like 5 runs.
Only 2 this morning, wasn't it?
Was it 2?
Yeah. And then lunch was a bit earlier than we thought.
But we have got a full house to do. We've got the. Hang on. Okay, answer it, Alex. Alex is just going to answer the phone. We have some new. Okay, we've got Jack Cottrell on the hill at the moment. Jack Cottrell in the Dallara. Here comes the orange Dallara with the 2.8 IndyCar V8 engine in the back of it. Jack's on a little mission, actually. He's flying through the speed trap there at 115 miles an hour. And what's he going to do? He's going to finish now in a time of 50.38. So Sean Gould still the fastest time of the day, but we think Matthew Ryder. Oh, hang on, is that Matthew on the hill?
No, David Uren on the hill.
David Uren, right.
But a red flag for something. And that phone call, Chris, was control telling us this is the last timed run of the day. So once we've got through the final batch, that will be it.
Okay.
So we haven't got time to do another run.
No, we will be pushing it.
Yeah, so because of those delays, we've got, I think, another
Our
batch.
marshals will have had a long day.
Exactly.
Some of them probably still got to go home tonight to wherever.
Yeah, quite possibly. So,
well, crikey. Yeah, we've had 1 or 2 issues to deal with this afternoon, but expertly dealt with by our team here. So currently, have we got anyone on the hill? Where's David Duran?
Well, he got red flagged, but I don't know what for.
Right.
Whether it's him or whether it's the track. Maybe there's some debris. Mm-hmm. This marshal post in front of us is dealing with something.
Okay, yeah. So basically, folks, we won't be getting another full run when we finish this batch of cars. We will probably be end of play, and some of the big cars won't be running again.
No, I think some of them have decided to cry off to save their
and
for tomorrow.
May be mending the Gould, perhaps.
Yeah,
whatever. Be a slight issue with that.
And then so we've got a final batch to run through, which will include those minis and some of the
young
classics.
David Tatham, here he comes. Look, he said, I'm going to have another go. Try and keep me off the... Oh, look, there's the Tay deck as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we got... they will probably be our last cars.
Yes, this will be the last group, certainly.
Yeah. Good to see them having a little go.
Car 188 is the last on our programme to run.
Well, these folk, they've made a successful ascent of the hill here, coming back up.
I did notice...
Yeah.
There's some people all the way down inside of Chippy's.
Oh, yeah. Well,
so they've gone as far as they can go.
You can walk down there, yeah.
So well done to those. I don't know if they can hear us down there.
I don't know. Perhaps it's too far.
Are there speakers all the way down there? Probably not.
Perhaps they need louder.
Maybe that's why they go. They decided they've had enough of us and they've gone as far away as they can.
Well, do you know what?
I can't blame
Shelsley Walsh, up top Marshall post, right? No, at top S. I have been there before now, and the marshals have put rags in the speakers.
Because they're sick and tired of you.
I don't know.
Oh, well.
Do you think there's a message there? Or
I think, that's probably personal.
Think that's brutal, don't you?
Yeah. I know. You can see in front of us, heading down, are the Ferraris.
Ferraris are going to have another go.
These will be the last of that run. So
you keep saying that's the last one.
Yeah. So 188. That'll be the final car that runs today.
Do you think so?
Yeah, that will be the final run.
Okay.
So.
Well, I'll tell you what, I never brought a drink down this afternoon apart from that cup of tea. I'm gagging, I don't know
you see, you're about ready to... I came prepared and brought some drink with me.
Yeah, well, I've got drink in the car, but I didn't grab it out of the car.
That's a rookie error. You should know better by now.
Well, I know. My missus always says I never drink enough.
Yeah.
I don't drink anyway, but I don't drink. But I love my cups of tea and things.
Yes.
But I'm afraid I do not drink enough.
No, you need water, don't you?
Yeah. You do.
You'd have thought, as a fisherman, you'd have thought you'd know the importance of water.
I do know the importance of things, but sometimes I go fishing and I hardly drink and I hardly eat. I get so absorbed in it.
Yeah.
That
you forget.
I just forget all this stuff, and then I try to drag myself off the seat box at the end of the day. And I think, God, I'm dehydrated. I can barely move.
Weak and feeble.
Look, Trevor Willis is on the hill. Trevor's having a go.
Excellent.
Trevor has won the championship 3 times in this OMS. So Trevor is the most successful OMS driver. He's he's an instructor as well. And he always goes really well at Harewood.
Oh, okay.
Last year, when the conditions were a bit iffy, he was absolutely brilliant.
He just likes the venue, maybe.
Yeah, look, this twin bike engine in the back of it, and he comes from the Team Valley. What do you reckon, Alex?
Yeah, it's looking a bit twitchy on the steering. It's like he's pushing it quite hard there. 114 through the speed trap. That's good old speed. Crosses the line with a 50.56. That's just a shade slower than Harry Pick.
So David Duran got a red flag, so he will get another go. So did he do the crossover bit?
Oh, look, that's Wallace.
That's Wallace.
Yes.
Wallace snuck down.
He did. Yeah.
He went down under the radar in his camouflaged Gould.
While we were busy looking at flapjack.
Gould with the orange fluorescent wheels snuck under our radar, didn't it?
Yeah.
So here you are, folks, on the line and just left. This is thank you so much. That's ever so kind.
Water delivery. Look at that.
Water delivery. That's an absolute lifesaver. Wallace Ming is 4 times champion from Alloa in Scotland. Tilly Coultry Quarries is his business. He knows all about that. He can drive a racing car, can't he?
He certainly can, but he's not had a good couple of years of it. He's last year didn't really go to plan, and this year he's sort of getting back on the pace. But he's having trouble chasing that young Matt Ryder, isn't he? But
well, that Matt Ryder's a bit of a pest.
Exactly, yeah. But Wallace doesn't say no. He's going pretty quick.
120 through the speed.
Yeah, and looks like it might be a nice run. Can he better his time? He does ever so slightly, 49.14. That is a 100th slower than Sean Gould.
Well done, Wallace.
Yeah.
That's a marker down for tomorrow. Now,
yes.
This looks to me like Will Hall.
And Will Hall is really pushing. His times are in pink sectors, which means they're very quick.
In fact, he's going to be 120 through the speed, 125 through the speed.
Is he going to upset
today?
Yeah. Is he going to upset everything by going and being he is.
Yes, 49.01. Well done, Will Hall.
And then somehow we have Matt Ryder on the hill.
We missed all these cars.
We were looking at the flapjack and we didn't see any of it.
Or we were talking about water dehydration.
But I don't think Matt Ryder is going as quick as Will Hall was. So can he pull it out? Can he improve? 49.01 is the time to beat.
I think he's not so worried because tomorrow's when it counts, but that looked quick to me.
Yeah.
130.
I mean,
I've never seen anyone that quick.
I think that's the quickest through there, certainly today. 48.28.
Okay, Matthew. All right.
Blimey.
Now, that's what it's all about, folks. Come again tomorrow to see the British Hill Climb Champions. See Matthew Ryder, Wallace Mingus, Will Hall, Trevor Willis.
Where did that come from?
Well, it's called talent.
Yeah, he wasn't going that fast, and then it's the quickest run of the day.
Well, hang on, this looks like David Duran.
Yes, it is. David Duran.
Yeah, look at this, folks, in the GR55. He's 118 through the speed trap, going through to the finish in a 51.35. So Matthew Ryder, come on, that's a bit laying down a marker, isn't it?
Well, I just don't know where that came from, because his run up until the speed trap was okay, but it wasn't like that, was it? It wasn't.
But he was ballistic up here. He was what was it, 130 miles an hour.
Yeah.
I've never seen anyone.
No, that's
130 through that speed trap before.
That's pretty good.
So I tell you what, that thing is like a missile.
Yeah, absolutely. And you wouldn't bet on anyone else, would you, for tomorrow?
Well, it'd be a brave man.
Yeah.
So there's a lovely little lan on the hill there, isn't it?
Yes. David Wingfield.
David Wingfield. I think that's a really classic little lan, isn't it?
It's lovely. It's the sort of quintessential little Lotus, and lovely to see that. He crosses the line with a 69.36.
Okay, now we have the Austin Mini Clubman. This is beautifully turned out, isn't it? Works for Matthews. Oh my goodness me. Hello, you are very welcome.
Now we've been brought cups of tea. This is incredible. Oh, amazing. Yeah, thank you very much.
Incredible. Thank you so much.
Well, we're being spoiled. Absolutely.
This afternoon, aren't we?
I'm not going to leave this box. I keep getting brought tea and cake.
Yeah. I'm sure they love you here, so you'll keep coming
Brilliant.
back.
Right, so
it's a lovely hill, isn't it?
In all of that excitement, we've missed
about half a dozen
cars, so sorry about that.
Sorry, folks. So we were distracted by lovely cups of tea, water, flapjacks. We've been treated like kings.
Very good. Yeah, I'm happy about this.
Well, I tell you what, I'm happy about that little mini gem that I see down on the line.
Yeah, seems to be lined up, ready to go.
Yeah, he's looking like he's ready to have a go. I do like the mini gem. I decided I don't think I could fit in it.
No, if you got in, you'd never get out.
I'd have to be sort of prized in there, I reckon. And in fact, even the driver said it's not the easiest thing for him to get into.
No.
And he's had the car since 1975. But having said that, he was very slim, wasn't he?
He was. He told me he had a Mini Cooper, one of the old 998 Mini Coopers.
Yes.
And it had a problem. I think it might have just been rust or something, but the body shell was no good. So he decided, rather than put all the running gear into a new body shell, he'd put it into one of these little gems. And so that's where it came from. So it originally had the Cooper 998 and all of the suspension and things from that Cooper. And then over time he's upgraded the engine and done a bits and pieces here and there. But that's where the car came from, was this. So it took all of the quick bits of a Mini and got rid of the body and put it in an even lighter, smaller body. Not a lot. I think, you know,
400 kilos?
400 maybe is a good. Yeah, and then it's now got, I forget, was it a 1380 engine?
1380, yeah. So it's got a proper.
So it's got over 100 horsepower, but I don't know exactly where, and it's quick enough.
Today, I'm always confused the Mini Marcos and the Mini Jet, and I thought they looked so similar. And of course, the Mini Marcos was made in Westbury, wasn't it?
Yes, yeah.
And so these were made in Barrow-in-Furness, apparently.
Certainly this one had the sticker in the window still from 73 or whatever it was.
How great is that?
So the MGC is what's caused this slight delay. It's got to the start line and then literally pulled off onto the grass.
Okay, Butterfly Cake Robert.
Yeah.
This beautiful MGC, isn't it, with the Sebring?
That's right.
Type replica.
Yeah. So yeah.
Okay. Well, we don't know what's going on here, but
I think it's had a problem on the start line, and he's sort of pulled over to the sides, and now they have to try and drag it out.
Drag it out the way.
So
they've got the recovery breakdown.
Yeah.
4x4 down there.
So hopefully that won't take them too long to shift. Great shame if that's got a problem. That's lovely little car.
Well, they got to drive home in that.
Oh, do they?
More generally.
Oh dear.
I don't think they've traded it here.
I couldn't tell you.
I don't know, but Robert has got a place in Knaresborough, and that's...
It's not too far to go, is it?
I don't think that's far away, is it?
No, I don't think so.
I mean, Yorkshire's a big county, isn't it?
Oh, that's very true.
But either way, we hope there's nothing too problematical there. And of course, the Ferrari boys and girls will be waiting on the hill there patiently for their little go, their little crack of the whip.
Yeah.
Where currently, was it David Snelson's quickest, wasn't it? David, I think...
Possibly.
Yeah, and I think the 455 Rob Samuel's car was second quickest from memory. You see, if Steve Wilkinson was here, Steve writes all this stuff down, you know.
Oh, yeah.
He is the original, very good... he'll be here tomorrow.
At other venues...
We're watching, by the way. Yeah, we're obviously missing you because we're
struggling, yeah.
We don't write things.
No, other venues, we can use the computer to sort of go through and find a lot of this out. We probably can, but I've never used this system, so I'm a bit worried that if I press a button, it'll explode and...
If I do it... Last week, do you remember what happened? Do you realise that when I was at Shelsley last week in Vox Villa, I literally blew the computer up. Oh, I think I've just been chatting away, but I've switched off. Yeah, I literally blew the computer up last week in the respect that I pressed a few things wrong, and I completely lost everything. Yeah. So I had to run down to get Roger Warren and say, Roger,
get them fixed.
Help. So he came up and looked at me despairingly, shrugging his shoulders, going, oh my goodness me, idiot.
Oh dear,
you know, stupid boy.
Technology is not your strong point.
Well, not really, no. We have our...
Sort of shown by the fact that you've you turned your mic off and didn't
I was chatting away to myself, wasn't I?
Yeah, well, there we go.
That's not the first time. Chris Druitt did exactly the same thing at Shells. He was telling me, he says, I was chatting away, he says, and nobody was listening to me because I hadn't switched the mic on.
Yeah, well, that will do it, yeah.
Oh, look, Robert is on the tow rope.
Yeah, so they've managed to move the car off the start line, but I don't think it's improved matters a lot because it's still on the track.
No, what's that there on the right-hand side? Is that where the tow rope's attached, is it?
So you've got a towing eye there, yeah.
Towing eye, yeah.
The car looks fine. I can't see anything wrong, so it must be a...
Did you know, Alex, on things like a Ford Mondeo, I didn't discover this the other day, I saw a scrap man arrive, and there's a towing eye thing in the boot that you can unscrew something at the front and then screw the eye in.
Yeah, so behind the plastic bumper.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I never knew that.
Well, I never need to be towed.
Well, hopefully not. Well, of course, we took a bit of a gamble this morning. We both drove up this morning, didn't we? And I thought, well, I didn't fancy the Friday night traffic. And I didn't fancy, so I'm camping tonight.
I think early morning driving is easier.
It was a doddle this morning. It was absolute doddle.
Nice and quiet.
I had easy run, and And I think the sat nav said something like 2 hours 20 minutes to Leeds. Okay, bits of fluid.
Yeah, I think
that's at Clark's.
Yeah, I think the MG has broken a pipe or something and has left a bit of fluid on the...
Okay, so he's been towed up to the finish, but obviously they wouldn't have towed him up if it was still leaking.
It did seem to be, there was a bit of leaking there.
Yeah.
It might just be coolant or something, so not as bad as oil, but still not ideal.
Well, I don't know if the marshals are down there doing any sweeping or putting down... In fact, there is a marshal. Oh, there he is.
He's poking around at
He's having a look, but I don't think there's anything drastic there. Anyway, I mean, we've got Ferraris coming. They're not worth anything, are they? Of course.
No.
You know.
We were saying, who was the quickest Ferrari? That California, John Kennedy, he was very quick, wasn't he?
But as the later runners came through, David Snelson is always super quick.
Yeah.
And Rob Samuel's super quick. Nice battle amongst the Ferrari class today, isn't there? But it is a handicap system, so obviously they go on the brake horsepower of the car. So not necessarily the fastest one will win. No, which is fair enough, isn't it?
For those that haven't encountered this before, they take their times and then they'll apply a modifier, some clever mathematics, and that will give them a handicapped time. Some sort of way of changing what number they got. So either they'll add time or they'll reduce time, or maybe they'll a bit like in golf, you have a handicap almost, don't you?
That's right.
So they'll adjust things afterwards and work out who won based on not just their time but also.
Well, I think this is the first time Robert's been dragged up the hill in his MGC. Hopefully. Well, I don't know if he trailers it here or not. He might trailer it. I don't.
Some of the others in that class certainly did. So maybe.
Yes.
I hope it's not a major issue.
Well, of course, his business is in Dubai, isn't it? He's got some nice businesses out there, and so he is a resident of Dubai, I think. But he's got the place in Knaresborough. He's a Yorkshire lad.
So if it's if that was fluid on the track, maybe it's just popped like a coolant hose or something.
Could be, couldn't it?
Could be something as simple as if his electrics have cut out, typical old British sort of thing.
Possible, isn't it?
Yeah. I think hopefully nothing worse than that, really.
Well, we won't be long. We'll be back in the game soon, and then we've just got a few to whip through, and then it'll be close of play for today, and then we're back again tomorrow for more of the same. But tomorrow we will have a runoff, usually before lunch, and one in the afternoon, and the fastest 12 cars will be in the runoff, and there'll be competitive runs in the morning, so that the fastest 12 cars will qualify through that. And it looks like your little mini gem of Alan Scott has left the line.
Yeah, so they've obviously decided whatever was on the track isn't enough of a problem, so maybe just a bit of water or something. And Alan Scott away in that little gem. And as you said, very similar to the Marcus. Apparently, Gem and Marcus, they basically worked together, had this same design, and then the two went their separate ways, but basically the two of them making cars that are quite similar. So you could be forgiven from a distance for thinking it's a Marcus.
Yeah, interesting, isn't it? Because they do look so similar, and it'd be quite hard to tell them apart, wouldn't it?
I think side by side there'd probably be some obvious changes, but from here I can't tell you honestly what the differences are.
So essentially a little fiberglass mini, but lowered, isn't it? A lowered fiberglass.
Slightly shorter.
Yes, slightly shorter.
A lot lower and more streamlined. All fiberglass body with the subframes basically bolted on to the fiberglass.
Did they ever compete in Le Mans?
I don't believe they did, but the Marcus did, which is similar.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Speaking of Le Mans, here's the Lenham Le Mans Midget. Again, I suspect this is a replica rather than a genuine, but beautiful little thing this, I think.
Yes, actually, looking at the height of it in the paddock, it's very similar to the little mini jet.
Yeah, very low. Yeah, very low little thing. And only the basic little A series engine, but because it's so sort of aerodynamic, it's still ran pretty well.
Here's young Richard Derrick in the 1275 GT. Again, a proper little mini A series engine, all the same, but it's got that different front on it, hasn't it? That They wasn't madly popular, was it?
No, it was around for a bit, 70s into the 80s, wasn't it? And then they dropped it again.
What's this one here now?
So that's the TVR Vixen with that Ford engine. Before TVR went a bit mad with their power craze, they were putting relatively sane engines into their little fiberglass machines.
Now here's one of your favourites. This is the little Elva with the 1600 twin cam. Isn't that the prettiest thing?
Yeah, I think for me, that and the McLaren are definitely up there. Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, he's all over the place.
Yeah, really pushing there, isn't he? So
he was having a go, wasn't he?
Well, 63.68, so an improvement there for Richard Jones.
The big growling V8 of Andy Tippett here. This is the big Buick engine, big V8 Rover.
Yeah.
Look at, I tell you what, you listen to this. Whoa, there's nothing quite like the sound of a big powerful V8, is
No, that sounded very good. And you could hear that whine from the gearbox as well as it went through. And very similar to the Grand Prix cars, the Formula 5000s of the time.
Alex Coles. Now, Alex Coles is... we haven't seen much of Alex this afternoon. Well, this will be his second run, but my goodness me, have a look at this one. Alex Coles in the little supercharged Force that he shares with Calvin Broad. I tell you what, as he exits Farmhouse, just listen to the sound of this engine.
Yeah, very good. And Alex Cole's quickest in this class earlier, 51.26. He's done a 51.3 now. I think he's catching up. He missed a run, didn't he, for problems? So he's obviously fixed those and got out again, which is good. Dave Tatham's McLaren is now next on the hill, coming past us, and here it comes round Farmhouse. Great machine, this. Another great sounding car.
Wow, and beautifully driven by David. That's a handful of a car. I'm telling you, 94 miles an hour through the speed trap. Holds the class record as well in that car, broke last year.
59.9, and that's quickest, definitely in the class. So great run there for Dave. So he's on top of category 6B for racing cars, as we see Philip Marfleet's Tadek come through.
Best I've seen the Tadek run, actually. There's been set up some problems the previous times I've seen it, but he's having a go today. The engine sounded bang on the money today.
Yeah.
As the first of the Ferraris of Chris Butler in the Ferrari 458 has left the line.
That's it. So first of the Ferraris, these will probably round out our runs for the day, I suspect. And it's looking like a very good run. Philip Marfleet heading up now through the speed trap any moment now. Let's have a look and see. He does 80 miles an hour through the speed trap, headed around the final corner, and he crosses the line with a 66.57.
So this is, I'd say we haven't got many to go. This is all Ferrari.
That's it. Martin Jones's F360 next. He's just coming round Farmhouse now. And yeah, these to me, this is like you were saying earlier, when they the cars were a little bit bigger at this point, weren't they?
Maybe,
They are having to sort of fit them into modern rules. And,
I think the 360 was quite a popular model, though, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
And,
but then we're going to get a look at John Kennedy in the Ferrari California. So this is the front engine Ferrari. Again, it's a big roadster, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I tell you what, I mean, actually, that would be a wonderful car to have a little trip to the south of France. He's wide round Farmhouse there, wasn't he?
I think if you were to own a Ferrari, probably this is the one to own, because like you say, you can use it, whereas the mid-engine sports machines are probably less usable.
Yeah, I think so. I can imagine that. Okay, not carrying lots of luggage, are you? But nevertheless, you probably wouldn't need to take a lot of luggage if you could afford to.
Well, perhaps
the best hotels and
perhaps,
restaurants.
Right, so
go to Monaco perhaps in this.
Yeah, exactly that. So Steve Nunney's next in his F430.
What do you think of the black colour scheme then?
Well, it looks all right. I'm not a big fan of black because it's a lot of work to keep black looking nice.
It's hard work, isn't it?
Yeah, but it doesn't look bad on that car, certainly.
No, there are brutal things to keep clean. Now, this looks very nice indeed. This is Rob Samuels. This is the 458 Speciale. But look at that. I mean, look at the stripes. I mean, but never mind that. That's just built for the kill, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. In fact, Lloyd Hackett eulogises massively when he sees that one.
Oh, right.
Oh, yeah.
That's his sort of thing, is it?
Yeah, that's a beautiful thing, actually. But it's a lot of money's worth, and it's lovely that they bring them here. Stuart McCabe, so we got a 64.33 there for Rob Samuels.
Yeah.
And then we're going to look at Stuart McCabe.
Yeah, so this 328 GTB is one of the older machines. That sort of classic Ferrari look, and not quite as quick. Maybe that's the age difference. He does 70 through the speed trap opposed to Rob Samuels 90, so a bit of a difference there.
Pauline Goodwin, now she's also driving a 328. She did bend one last year and wrote one off, but she took another one out of the collection, which is plentiful, and loves her hill climbing.
Yeah, it's very good. And
got a lovely selection of cars to pick.
Well, that's a nice position to be in, certainly.
Mostly Ferraris.
Yeah, well, that's fine.
Plenty of them.
So Pauline does 72.68, and that's sort of mid-table for her. We only have a couple left. Brian Jackson, this yellow machine, I think, definitely my favourite Ferrari of this bunch. And
now, was that the type of Ferrari, the 308 GTB, that Magnum Force drove?
Oh, maybe, yeah.
I got a
similar sort of age, isn't it?
I think it was.
Yeah, and I think his was a Targa.
David Snelson, look, here's David. He's always very, very quick indeed. This is quite a modern Ferrari. It's a beautiful Ferrari. That sounds fantastic. A 488 Spider. David's going to go to the finish now, and he's going to finish in a time of 62.65.
So a bit
that
slower
is
than
the
earlier.
quickest, isn't it?
Yeah, a bit slower than his earlier run, but he was quicker,
Quicker.
62.49, but he's still top.
Now, I am thinking, what have we got down there?
I think that is the end.
Oh, I think that could be finito. It says,
Yes.
see you tomorrow for the British Championship event. Well, I don't know if we're still running, but it's time for us to sign off then, isn't it?
I think so, yeah. What a lovely day it's been here in the sunshine, looking over this gorgeous hill, and it's been a brilliant trip for me to come up to Harewood.
You'll be here again,
Well, I hope so, yeah.
Without a shadow of a doubt. This is your debut at Harewood, sunny Harewood, which you've had the best of it, to be fair.
Yeah.
And you've done a great job.
Well, it's very good, and I've certainly enjoyed it, yeah.
So, I don't know what are you up to tomorrow, Alex?
Recovering, probably.
Recovering.
After all the excitement. I'll tell you what I should say. I'm tuning in to HillClimb.TV on YouTube to watch the coverage from tomorrow's...
Yes, and that'll be electric.
Yes, and they'll probably be running most of the day, I would have thought.
Yeah, and also you will see them at full tilt tomorrow.
Yeah.
No mucking about. Today they've been having a look at it, particularly the championship.
That's it. They've been testing out a few ideas.
And Matthew is looking rather good.
Well, I think he's decided to just show everybody. And now I remember a couple of years ago, Wallace did the same. He would go out and just blitz everyone.
Yes.
And Matt Ryder's now doing that, isn't he? He goes out and everyone else has put their best in, and he just goes quicker.
Well, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I should be back tomorrow with Steve Wilkinson. Thank you to my chum here, Alex Burnham, doing a fantastic job. Thank you to all our marshals, as ever, amazing, our rescue crews, recovery crews. Not many people left on the hill now, so we're going to sign off. We'll see you again tomorrow, and have a safe journey home, and we hope you've enjoyed our day.